Oh, you raised your hand without understanding the question. You have chosen your values. You are branding yourself your personal values. But unfortunately, one of the values you branded yourself with, you faltered in it. You couldn't keep it. Okay? What do you do? What did we learn that you should do? That's my question. Are you able to answer now? You are not able to answer. Who remembers what you should do? Okay, then I'm going over again. The first point we gave you was that don't be discouraged. Don't give up on the value. Okay, that was the first point we gave. Then we said, be determined to practice that value over and over again until you get used to it. Be determined to go over that value, to practice it over and over again until you get used to that value. Yes. Then, if you want the values to get stuck to you yourself, what are some of the points we gave? Can you remember? Okay? I've sent you the notes. You have all this in your notes already. So if you go back to your email, we sent you the notes already, long ago. 2 years ago, you have this in your email. Yes. Okay, so let's read. Okay, let's read together. First one says what? Desire to live, this is an omission, sorry. Desire to live a principle-centered life. Point 2. Desire to live a life guided by strong values. Point 3. Carefully choose values that you desire to live by and list them. Please see sample list. So we gave you a sheet that has 100 values on it. And we said we should choose how many? 5 or 6 out of 100. Some few there in the 100 I will never choose anyway. They are not good values. Okay? Then we said, what, 4? Prioritize and shortlist them to about 5. We suggest your list includes what? Integrity. Point 5. Take steps to memorize these values until, and most of you still don't have your values at your fingertips. Look, this simple lesson will carry you far because of your branding. To carry you far because of your personal branding with values. The last point says what? Okay? Way of life with what? Determined commitment. Let's go on. Find convenient opportunities to tell everyone within your circle of influence your values. So if you don't tell people, they wouldn't know your values. The more you say them, the more you are determined. I know a certain friend, when he wants to do something big, you know what he does first? You tell people. And because he's a person of integrity, when you tell people, what happens? You are forced to do what you have planned to do. So tell people your values. Okay? Do you remember? Then, point number 2, learn to say no to the contrary. 3, practice self-reflection to evaluate how you are doing on your values. So at the end of the week or at the end of the day, you go and reflect. How am I doing on my values? I've already told you that this lesson is not for everyone. It's for It's for serious-minded thinking people, these lessons. They are simple. Yes, what is it? Self-reflection. And we gave you, who remembers self, 3? Self-reflection. Another one is self what? We gave you self-awareness, self-reflection. The third one, self-regulation. Self-awareness. There are many things you do you're not even aware. So practice self. When you reflect, you get self-awareness. And then we told about self-regulation. Self-regulation means that no. You want to regulate yourself and say, no, for this one. This is yes, I will do it. This one is no, I won't do that. We call it self what? Regulation. You are regulating yourself. So self-reflection, self-awareness, self-regulation. Adjust your thoughts and attitudes and actions accordingly. Do not get what? Point number 5, let's read together. Do not discourage when you falter in any of your personal values. Increase your resolve and keep practicing until it becomes part of you. Don't give up. So, oh, this thing is not going to work. Okay? Right. So, who gave that point? Thank you very much for bringing the point on personal values. Yeah. Hello. How much time do I still have? Sorry? 20? Oh. Wow. Okay. Okay, what else do you remember in that class? What else do you remember that we have covered? And as at now, you have given me really, really important points. So I'm listening again. What do you still remember that we covered some time ago? What are you people doing? Let me see you. Let me see your hands up. Yeah. What do you remember? Do you still remember? I've seen one hand up, but I don't want to call the person. I want to call. Yeah, good. I've seen one hand up. Oh, good point. Did you hear her? Loudly, let's all hear. Right. You can't change the world until you learn to change yourself. And it's in my notes, the review notes. So if I look for it, I'll find it. Yeah, very good point. Very good point. Let me look for it. All the things that is rolling on the screen, we have learned. Yeah, we learned how to balance your time. You remember? The time killers are here. The armed robbers are here. Did you see the armed robbers? The social media, religious activity, phone and video games. Movies, series, telenovela, unnecessary conversations, drumming, singing, morale. I'm sure you've left a lot of these things already. Oh, you are still on them? Okay, if you want to go back. Okay, I was looking for the point she made. She said that you have to learn to lead yourself first and foremost before you can lead other people. Yeah. Most of us want to run there and go and be telling people what they should be doing. We want to lead them. And we said you spend what percentage of time do you spend on yourself, leading yourself? Do you remember? We gave you a certain percentage. We said, if you want to lead others effectively, spend 40% of the time leading yourself. What are some of the things you do in self-leadership? Some of the things you do in leading yourself. Let's say as a student. What are some of the activities you will do to show that you are leading yourself? Yes. Reflect on your strengths and your weaknesses. What do you do with your strengths? You maximize your strengths, and then you do what? You minimize your weaknesses. So if you have a strength, you maximize it. If you have some weaknesses, you minimize the weaknesses. So reflection. What else do you do? It is time for you people here. I'm going to focus the next 10 minutes. So begin to think here. Yes. Go on.
Set a goal and work towards achieving it.
Sorry?
Set a goal and work towards achieving it.
Yeah, you set a goal. Set a goal. I just told you about my daughter. Yes, she set the goal. Okay. Now I am at okay. Your point again, sorry.
Set a goal and work towards achieving it.
Yes. So you have a goal, and then you work towards it. And you are determined that you are going to work towards your goal. Yeah. So with your branding, your time, your self-management, and all these things put together, I'm telling you, you will be a different, if you are practicing all that we are telling you, even your roommate will take note that, this is not how you were the last 6 months. You have changed. Even your roommate will tell you. When you go back home and your father says, you say, this daughter of mine is changing for good. Yeah. Okay. And I gave you my own daughter's example. She sat down, reflected, thought through, and asked a question. What are my time arm robbers, my time thieves? And she struck them out one by one. I said, what is the focus? First class. And she pursued it like something. pursued it like something. She didn't enter the first class even at the first semester of the final year. So she put in more effort. Second semester, the last semester, she hit it. She got it. Yeah. So determined focus. So you can take a decision about that. And she was in this university like you, but she wasn't part of Mastercard anyway. But definitely, as a daughter of someone who has been delivering these lectures, I'm sure she has heard enough. She has heard enough and knows how to take a decision and then work with it. When she was here, anytime we come to do the lectures, she will come and sit down and hear. Every time she will come and hear. So finally, I'm sure the thing got into her system. She decided to take action about them. Okay? Yeah. So, yes, back here. What else can you remember we learned? Hello, that's a good point. Thank you very much. Yeah. What can you still remember? Since you've been coming here and looking at this man who doesn't know what to do with his life and you've been coming to Mastercard Foundation Scholars training, do you remember anything still? Or I should send it to these people. You learn something.
Practicing self-awareness. That's what I remember.
That's all you remember for the past 2 years.
Exactly. Yeah.
Since the first year now, what do you remember? What have you been practicing?
Discipline and the self-awareness.
Discipline.
Mm-hmm.
But you came here late this morning. So what is it then? Yeah.
Okay, so I've actually been practicing my leadership skills. Yeah. Okay, so I took part of the peer mentorship program, and I'm currently mentoring 3 people.
This cohort 9. Oh, no. The coaching is cohort 8. Oh, next semester, okay? We'll do coaching so that you can do that more. Thank you very much. She's mentoring people. Who are those mentoring some other people? Let me see your hand. You are mentoring someone. You are? Oh, okay, I see another hand up. Oh, which one hand is going up? You're also mentoring. Wow. Yes. That's how we multiply leadership. Yeah. She's saying that she's doing some mentoring. Is that right? Is that right? Yes. Some of these things you learn here, some of these things that you are learning, the more you teach people, the more you know it yourself. That's how it is. So get somebody and then, when we went for the seminars today, this is the thing I've put down to practice. And tell someone. The more you tell people, the more it sticks into your own head. Is that right? Let me ask you one question. You are going to sit in this class for only 1 hour for this session, the review. Is that right? Do you know how long it took me to review all the notes before I came here? Okay. So you and me, who will know the topic better? The 1 hour you are listening or me who reviewed it many times? So the more you teach, the more you know. Do you understand? So whether people want to hear or not, teach them. Find somebody and teach something. The more you teach, the more you know. So teach people. Yeah. Once you teach, you learn, you know more. So the few things that is in your head, tell someone, tell your roommate, tell somebody, and then, yes. And then we were put into groups, transformation project groups. Personal transformation projects, and then group transformation projects. The one that you are doing yourself. You yourself, you have taken something, you want to better somebody's life or do something to humanity. Who said to God and humanity? When I was asking about you, to God and humanity. Let's hear your humanity one.
Okay, so when I went home, I decided to go back.
When you went home, let's listen.
I decided. Okay, so when I went home, I decided to go back to my junior high school and give them a peer mentoring talk. I spoke to them about the opportunities that are there, so the courses they are supposed to pursue when they go to senior high school. If you want to be a nurse, definitely you must read science. And if you want to be in the media, then general arts.
So she went back to her school, JSS, and decided that no, let me also help some people to become better and be like me. So she went to do some talk. Let me hear some more. Personal transformation project. Personal. You went to do something. I don't want to talk about group because we'll be talking about group very soon. And those two who went to sleep, oh, yeah.
When I went home for this vacation, I was doing my intensive with community-based rehabilitation. And for the fact that I'm a disabled and I'm in, university now, I used that opportunity to encourage persons with disability by moving around the schools with the inclusive education officer. I visited 5 schools in my district, and I educate them on the opportunities available when they excel in their academics. And due to that, I've able to mentor one guy, and he's in training college now.
Wow. What did he do with his disability? What did he do with it? He used it as a means of transforming other people's lives. Instead of saying, oh, okay, and be thinking and mourning about it, he decided to make good use of it. Thank you very much. Yeah. And what about you who is walking on 2 feet and you are, what did you do? What did you do? You went and you were eating banku and tilapia all this while at home. You didn't visit any school. Let me hear your story. I guess the next facilitator is calling me. Ibok is calling. Is it time? Yeah. Yeah, so let me hear. What did you do personal transformation projects? We have had 2. One and a very beautiful one here. Let me hear yours. Let me hear the last 2. Last 2.
I went back to.
Who is speaking? Oh, yeah.
I went back to my junior high school and gave a health talk and personal hygiene talk to those in the junior high school on nutrition, menstrual hygiene.
Right. She went back to her high
Drug
school
abuse.
to talk about personal hygiene and what? Academic success? Or you didn't add that one? You added academic success. Yeah. Please, before we come next semester to continue, please do something for somebody. Go to your village or whatever. If you're in Accra, do something. Someone's life should improve because of you. That's what we have been learning here. Yes. Take interest in someone and transform someone's life. So they called us, they called me, that he has passed just last week. So he has passed for a particular university. They call us. But we don't have money to pay the fees. So they call me. So my children have finished university. The last one I told you finished here, I think 2018 or so, KNUST-TEK. So they call us. So what did we do? So we put the resources together and say, go. So the person is in the first year now. Yeah. So even just last week, I also helped transform somebody's life. So I'm not telling you to do something I'm not practicing myself. Okay? Just last week, somebody's life was transformed because we put our resources together to say, go to school. I understand it. Some is just calling, oh, the way I see your life, you can do so well in school. Why not cut off these habits, cut off this one, and then focus on your academic work? And let's move on. Yeah, some pet talk, just talking to someone, and so you can help a lot of people yourself. So with that, I think the facilitator is just calling me. I'm sure it's around the corner to continue. Yes. What is the difference between these two? Remember, success and significance. I gave you 3 S. Do you remember the 3 S I gave you? The first one is survival. So all of you are in a survival stage now. Somebody pays your fees, somebody vacation, you go and cry to your mother, hey, 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 we are going back to school. My box is empty. What do you need? Then you collect all the money from your mother and your father, and you come here. We call it survival. That's survival. Yes. Okay? Then when you finish school, you get some nice job. You get some fine gentleman to marry. If you make the wrong choice, sorry for you. You get some nice lady to marry. Okay? And that lady has practiced what? Branding yourself with what? Personal values. Or you didn't hear that one? When you are looking for a gentleman to marry, you go by what we have been talking about. Has he branded himself with what? Personal values. Okay? Then some 1 or 2 children are showing up. You will say that you are what? Successful. So from survival, where do you go? From survival to what? To success. So how do we get to significance? How do we get to, what happens at significance level? We told you this 2 years ago. Who remembers? What happens at significance level?
When you leave a footprint on others.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't bring chocolate. I would have given you one. When your life is now leaving footprints on other lives, then you have moved from success to where? Significance. That's what life is about. So, this is where you want to settle at. As a Mastercard student, this is where, right now, you are at survival level. Survival. All of you are at the survival. Because if your parents remove their support, you are stranded. Yes. So we call it survival level. All children are at survival level. All children are at survival level. But very soon, you move from survival to what? Success. Very soon. Yes. That when you reach success, don't forget. Where are you heading towards to? Heading towards significance. However, you can still practice some significance at the survival level. Because when they give you 90 cedis, you can give 5 cedis to someone else to have some breakfast. So, even at the survival level, when your parents give you some few coins, and you can gather them, when you go back, the transport you take to the GSS to go and tell them about academic success, it's part of your what? You are trying to practice some significance even at the survival level. Then you do some significance even at the success level. But when you reach here, you are actually involved in significance. Changing people's lives, transforming people's lives. Yes. Right. I think we've made a lot of review. Yeah, a lot of review. I think my 20 minutes is gone. Is that Facilitator here? She's almost here. Okay. So she's almost here. Any more? Anything to wrap up with? Anything that is itching your head? You want us to know? Are these seminars, are they good seminars? Yes. They are so transforming, so changing, and so real. Look, I want to tell you that you won't find this seminar. You think through it. You won't find it anywhere. We have taken time to put these things together for the good of anyone who wants to make use of them. Yeah. So please, when you go, don't go and throw your notes away. Review them, go over them, and then make the best use of them. We discuss. Oh, okay, there is one thing we well, but I think we have covered it one way or the other. Yes. Okay, so I'll check. Right, so the Prof. Mrs. Odo is on her way. She will be here very soon. So any questions, any clarifications, any addition? Yes, speak out, let's hear. Yeah. Thank you for taking the mic around. I'm grateful. Yes.
And please, under the time killers,
Yes.
there was religious activities.
Time stealers.
I wanted to know what kind of religious activities killer.
Okay, thank you. We are not saying that religious activities are what? Because that's what they teach us morality. Is that not it? Take any religion here in Ghana. That's what they stress what? Moral lives, moral values. We are not against that. Okay? But when you go for all night today, and you go for all night tomorrow as a student, time. And then you go for another fourth one in the week. Because your pastor in Accra says that you should have 4 all nights in a series, then it has become a time what? It has become a time arm robber. Yeah, so there is balance in that. I'm not discouraging. I myself am very religious. But I will not let religion what? Steal my time. Yeah. Have I made? Please go to your religion, I beg. And do it very seriously. Yes. Good question. Yeah. Any more, please? Are you raising your hand or you're putting it down? Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. I'm grateful. Oh, it's not rolling, though. Hi. Is it on? Oh, it's not on. Maybe you need to move one step before. This has to go inside. Yeah, put it inside one of them. Okay. Yeah, please go on, yes.
So my question is, are leaders being born or made?
Yeah, you remember. How did we answer it? We went through that. First semester, no, second, you started second semester, yes. Second semester, first ILF program. We did leadership, self-leadership, transforming leadership. We did 3 types of leadership. Leadership, self-leadership, transforming leadership. And we handled your question. Who remember?
Come one.
Okay, so you are saying that some leaders are born like Jesus Christ, but others you have to train yourself to become one. Who remembers the answers we gave? Are they born? Are they made? And I asked you, I remember I asked this question. How many among you considers themselves as leaders? And some hands went up and some hands didn't go up. Okay. So how do we answer the question? Thank you for your answer. Are leaders born? Are they made? Yes, sir. There's a mic coming behind you, please. You can rise, sir. We can hear you very well. Yes.
Okay. Leaders are made, not born. When we are born with nothing, and you are the product of the environment that you are living in. That is what makes you the leader or not the leader.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. This morning you seem to be giving very good points. This is the second good point you have given. So keep it up, okay? So after weighing back and forth, that some may have inclinations towards leadership. We said they are neither made. Are you listening? They are neither made nor born. Becoming a leader is a choice you make yourself. Did you hear me very well? You are not listening. Some people are not listening. Becoming a leader is a choice you make. You will take that decision to become a leader. You will take that decision. If you choose not to be a leader, you will not become one. So we choose to become leaders. And that choice is made by only you and you only. And when you choose to become a leader, then you will do the activities that will make you a leader. So now you can say that leaders are made. So in being made, you yourself need to take a decision that I want to be a leader. If you don't take that decision, I want to tell you that you will not become one. Okay? Yeah, very much. So have you decided that you are a leader? Are you taking steps to grow in your leadership? I'm not too sure whether I have that in my notes. I hope this is going to work today. I doubt. The thing's not rolling. Okay. Is it working? I doubt. Okay. Okay, so because of the question is asked, sorry, this is a summary of your notes. So we have removed that part from it. What's your name, please? The one who just gave me the answer, yes. Your name? Daniel. Yeah, the part, this is a summary of several notes for the past 2 years. So we remove that part from it. So most people think leadership is, let's read together. Most people think it's a position, therefore don't see themselves as leaders once they are not in that position. People think only those in positions of authority are the leaders and should decide what must be done. Most do not take the initiative to act. They wait for directives from above or to be told. How did we define leadership? We gave a very simple definition. What did we say? One word. Oh, you've forgotten that. Okay. We say leadership it begins with I. Leadership is basically what? Influence. Basically influence. And then we gave you quite a lot of many other definitions Yeah. So we gave you leadership is influence. We gave you leadership is about vision and responsibility, not power. This is when you were in the first year. We handled all this when you were in the first year. And then we said leadership is not rank, privileges, title, or money. It is responsibility. A leader is the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. And then, before we came to whether they are born or made, we say generally they are made. Generally they are made. And then we added that to be a leader, you need to choose to become a leader. It's a choice. Yes. When you choose, then you subject yourself to the process of making yourself a leader. So as you are seated here, if you have decided that I am a leader, you have made the right choice. Okay? Then you take actions every day, every day you take a small action, a little action, and then to demonstrate that you are a leader. Right. And look at Moaki's definition. So is this leadership is about the good of others, it's not about you. Is it success or its significance? This one. What about the other one? Yes. And it's basically, so when you make yourself a leader, when you choose to be a leader, you are only going to solve what? Challenges for people. That's all. Problems, challenges. And within them, it's about making somebody's life better. Who has not decided to become a leader? You raise your hand. Say, I don't want to be a leader. Okay. Who thinks he or she is a leader? Who has taken that decision that I am a leader? Let me see your hand. I can see one. Let me count to you. Okay, I want to count those who have not raised their hands. Some of you still, you don't want to decide that I will make influence in this life. You don't want to take that decision. I want to appeal to you to decide that I am a leader. If you not raise your hand, please decide today. Yeah. This is the second opportunity I've given you. I gave you the opportunity when you were in the first year, and I'm giving you the opportunity. Decide and choose to be what? A leader. And then work towards your leadership. Okay, good. So I think I'm done with your submission. Any more, please? Yeah. Today, those who have been listening, I've given you very good points. I want to hear from those who have not been listening. I want to hear from those who have not been listening. It's working now? Oh, okay. Right. You're welcome.
There's a question from the other class. Let me just read what is there. If you are the firstborn, I think he wants to say you are automatically a leader. Somehow. But what if you don't? Please, I think let me end it there. You got it.
I want to say that you should choose, from what we are learning now, to lead your siblings, influence them for good. Even if you won't lead them, because we have defined leadership as influence, you need to take a decision about leadership. And lead yourself first, and then lead some other people, even if you won't lead your siblings. because they're giving you too much trouble. Is that right? You call it sibling rivalry. So you don't want to lead. But it will be fine to lead them, to influence them for good. Right. So with that, we want to... Okay. So within a short time, we are changing over. Prof is around. And then we'll continue with her topic. We are setting up for her. Any questions or anything else to review and to remember? Have I answered your question? Or you didn't ask the question? Oh, yeah. I would advise that person to choose to be a leader. Choose to be a leader. Yes. Lead yourself. Lead your roommates. Even the way you handle your things in your room, you can influence your roommate significantly. Even your dressing, the way you positively. If you are dressing very well, you influence other people too. There was one SRC group that was in this training, and then their transformation group was to help the ladies dress well on campus. So that was their transformation project. So when they meet you and you are not dressed well, they will somehow manage to help you. I think that was, I'm not too sure, but possibly the science faculty or so. Yeah. Okay. So what leadership activity will you be doing today, or are you doing today? We said every day, take a leadership action every single day. Before you realize you are leading bigger and bigger and bigger. So I want to hear from you the leadership activity you are doing today. If you've taken one already, fine. That you will be doing today, leadership. Okay? So, yes, so let me hear from you. What actions will you take, are you taking today? I don't mean, or did you take today, or you took yesterday, or you're going to take today about leading? Do you understand me? Hi. Which actions have you taken today to show that you are a leader? You did something today, or you didn't do anything leadership today? Sorry? Oh, you woke your roommate up to dress? Oh, you woke up and dressed and came for this seminar? Your roommate to come for this seminar. And is he here? Where is he? Oh, yeah, so he woke his roommate up. That was a leadership activity. And you, what leadership thing did you do today? You didn't do any leadership thing today. Did you do any leadership today? Hello, you. No leadership activity. You did something today. Okay, what will you do today to do something leadership? You do what?
Responsibilities. To implement my responsibilities.
To implement your responsibilities. Okay. Or will you want to ask me what leadership things I did today? I did plenty. I woke up on time. The time I said I would wake up. So I woke up about 4:30. Yeah, so that's one of the leadership things I did today. Waking up at around 4:30. Yes. Then I reviewed all the notes. I looked through my presentation notes. Okay? And then I washed down and dressed up for this seminar. And I came on time. I came, in fact, more than an hour before most of you arrived here. Yeah. So I did a lot of leadership activities today, leading myself and then trying to lead others. Yeah, so I'm sure you also did quite a number of, so every day do something little about it. That's all. Within a short time, you are leading big. So I wish you well. And I know because of the answers you gave and the reflection, I know that many of you are thinking very fast and doing the right thing. Right. Okay then, promises, you are welcome.
Okay, good morning. How are you? Okay. This morning, we are just going to look at change leadership. That's a lead. They know me, so they don't need any introduction. I don't need introduction. Don't you know me? Mm-hmm. You're the group that I have handled before, isn't it? So, okay, so today we'll look at lead change toward future with most life-changing and holistic impact. We are looking for impact, not just change that doesn't have future at the end of it. We don't want something that is not sustainable. It's not what? Sustainable. This is not the time to play around with change. It's a change that should be sustainable. And all of us must be looking and asking the question, the change I am leading, is it sustainable? Is it what? Sustainable. Can I hand over to the next generation? And the next generation will hand over to the next generation. And I'm happy to see it happen. That's the change we are looking for. So as I always say, I start with the objective. I think because I've handled you for some time now, this should become your chorus, should become your what? Chorus, singing a song. That we are trying to build leaders of integrity for societal what? Transformation. We are all tired. One party comes in our country, another comes, nothing is happening. So you become what? Exhausted. So you cannot repeat that. You can't repeat that. If you repeat it, then it means that we have invested in you, but you have decided to follow the past. We are now looking at the future. We are looking at what? The future. So we are building leaders of integrity wherever you are, which sphere, whether it's entertainment, the art industry, the music industry, dancing, whatever you do. Integrity must guide the system. Must do what? Guide the system. Then we also want you to understand the transformational leadership paradigm shift. That is not just any type of leadership. When I entered, I heard people asking something about family leading, all those things. There's nobody here who is not a leader. Are you getting it? All of you here looking at my face, you are a leader. You're what? If you understand the concept, you first lead yourself. So if you're leading yourself, you're a leader. Are you getting it? So leadership starts with me. So you can't say I can't lead. And that's why you take care of the personal leadership you're doing. People are watching you, they are writing a reference on you. Are you getting it? Your brothers and sisters are looking at you if you don't know. You might think you're the junior, the senior, the number one, the number two, number three, but everybody's eyes is on you. Are you getting it? So leadership starts with me. And that is something you must think about. We also want to help you exercise effective leadership. So from your home, it starts there, the family. There's one of my students who is in this holiday. She made me so excited because she went to spend time with her grandparents. And while she was there, she called me and says, "Can I speak to the grandparent?" The grandparents were so excited to see my face. They have never seen me, but you can see how she has influenced them to know her what? Lecturer and her mentor. Are you getting it? Those are people who go out of their way to do things for their families. They don't wait for their family to do things for them. They do things for their family. And the grandparents were happy because WHO says that we are having loneliness pandemic. Or loneliness is now a public health issue. Is what? A public health issue. Loneliness is what? A public health issue. So you can see when she made the grandparent to see somebody, the excitement, and she did that twice before school, before she left them, just for me to interact. Ask Mama, ask Papa, they were so excited because she's a leader. She's what? A leader. Most of you will not want anybody to see your grandparent, but they play a key role in your life, whether you like it or not. We also want to see bring positive change. Bring what? Positive change to the spheres of what? Responsibility and involvement. So you can see her involving in the, made me to see the farmland. I was watching and seeing, and she was so excited with them. So there's transformational leadership process. I can tell you that it's not a one-day affair. It's not what? A one-day affair. It's a process. It's a process. So if you don't give yourself to that process, you miss it. So it is not fast, hit, run. It's a process. So in this, I will take you through the step, but I just wanted you to see that there is the middle there says building community first. And then when you build the community, you have to set direction for the community. Are you getting it? You set the direction for your family. You set the direction, how do I want my family to be in the next 5 years? Are you getting it? When you do that, then you have to look at the family. What capacity do I need to build? What resources does our family need? We need to build. Are you getting it? So you have to look at the human resource. You also look at financial. You need look at their talent, skills, who in who. Because personally, I believe everybody, every family has something they are unique at. Are you getting it? Yes. Every family has something unique about them. And then it's after that, because you cannot lead change if not build capacity. Are you getting it? You need to build capacity. And then as you lead, you'll be empowering leaders. You'll be empowering people. You would have been giving them some assignment to do and so on. So you look at our presentation. We have the step 1, which is building capacity. In that we talk about character formation, isn't it? You work on yourself first. Character formation. Then we talk about calling and commitment, so that you clarify and understand what is it in my family. What am I? Why am I born in that home? What am I to do? Why am I in that organization? You have to clarify it and be committed to it. Then we talk about competence, which today we will discuss about competence. That is, you now need to acquire new knowledge, attitudes, and skills that needed for what? Change. And then community building, so that you have people who think alike. Who do what? Who think alike. The second step is the setting of direction, which is creativity, designing the best. Which way are we going? The strategy. To be frank, my devotion this morning was on good strategy from the Bible. Communication is the next one. And step 3 was build capacity, so that you can. So in that part, you'll be asking, who can we collaborate it with? Who do we need in this journey of change? Are you getting it? You begin to look for people. That is the same with your personal life. You'll be looking. The network. I went to Accra 2 days ago, and I went there because I needed a network. Are you getting it? And the network that I met was a network that was talking about impact of infrastructure on nutritious diet, women economic empowerment, and gender equality. So I wanted to expand. I never thought that putting a road in a community demands that you think holistically. Not just about tarring the road, but you have to think about everybody that will make use of the road. Can a road produce nutritious diet? Was something I understood. So if you sit down here and you don't want to collaborate, then you have a problem. So that is the step 3. Then step 4 is lead the change. So today we'll talk about change leadership. Change what? Leadership. So you deploy the capacity for resolute leadership of change towards a new what? Future. So that's what I will talk about. And in change, there's a need to know that change is very difficult. Change is what? Very difficult. Because change is difficult, you have to celebrate little wins here and there. Are you getting it? It's important so that your people know we are on course. Africans don't like celebration. They like to celebrate death. But in this journey of change, there must be celebration. There must be what? Celebration. To keep the focus. And then step 5, we talk about coaching. Coaching is important because we are developing people who will take over. Who will do what? Take over. And the last is continuation, so that succession is in place. A time will come when I will not be standing here again. Some of you should take over, isn't it? Yes, that's important. But if you don't avail yourself to that, then you always be calling me. And a time will come, I will tell you, I won't come again. Are you getting it? So as much as possible, I want to see you can do all this and not decide that, oh, Mr. Obeku, I want to be a facilitator. Are you getting it? Avail yourself that I want to be what? A facilitator. That's the beginning of it. Then he will say that, okay, come. And we'll attach you to a coach that will take you through. So at the end of this, you should understand the change process, the motivation. Why do I want to lead change? The character necessary for leading change, the implication when you want to lead change, that it is not an easy, it's not bed of roses. And then evaluate your leadership plan, leading change in your spheres of what? Influence. What are your expectations? Can I hear from 2 people here, 2 people here, 2 people here? Quick, so that we can move on. 2 from here, 2, 2. I'm sure some people are down there, I'm told, yeah. But yes, can I hear? When you saw the topic, change leadership, what do you want to take home today? So that at the end, your take-home message will coincide with your expectation. Is that okay? Yes. Can I hear someone, please? People want to lead change, they speak. Because that is one of the powerful tools. It's here. Communication is important.
So when I saw change leadership, what came to mind was everywhere we go, people are talking of leadership. So for me, my coming here, I'm like, we've been hearing all about leadership. I want to come here so that maybe there would be a new definition for leadership, something that I can do more to like just expand my vocabulary of leadership.
So you wanted to expand your vocabulary of leadership.
Please.
Okay, that's very good. Another voice? I can't hear. That's a voice at the back. No, the back. Let's finish with, I wanted 2 people here, but it seems.
Okay, thank you. The first day I saw this, first thing that came in mind, way back in my community, I live in a community that leadership is one thing that we find it difficult there. So we changing our leaders in the community is very difficult. We rather change and a person that comes will make things worse. So When I saw it, I was like, then I have to learn much about this so that when I go, I can educate them more on how to change leaders.
Okay. So the change is not bringing NDC after NPP. That's not the change we are talking. Are you getting it? Yes. That's not what we are talking, or CPC or QRC. Those of you who have been bought by these parties, that's not what we are going to talk about. Mm-hmm. Somebody was here. Oh, that's the same thing you wanted to say. Oh, okay.
Okay, when I saw this, my first expectation is to acquire the necessary skills and the knowledge to become a transformative leader and make impact in my community.
Very good. Mm-hmm. So I should follow you up, isn't it? Mm-hmm. In the next 5 years. I want to see. This is the cohort 9. This is what cohort 9. I was expecting I would see changes coming. Okay. So it means cohort 9. It means we have people who have graduated. How many from it have graduated? And they are in the system.
Please, mine is to understand people and to know how to live with them.
Understand people and know how to live with them. Yeah. I wish we were doing emotional intelligence.
Yeah, because I think that though all of us can be a leader, but we can't only be a leader whilst we don't understand the people and we don't know how to live with them.
That is very correct. That's why I'm saying that maybe we should have a class on emotional intelligence. And I'm sure they do that with you. But that is very important because you can't lead change without you understanding the people you're leading. So it's a good point. Yeah. Here. If you stand here, you can see them very well.
Okay, please, I'm looking forward to know how to build my confidence in my leadership abilities.
Okay, she wants to build confidence in her leadership ability. Is there any other person who wants to say something that is burning? Can we read this together? A quote by Robert Quinn. What does he say? Please read it again. What do you understand by this? Reflect a little on it. Because most of us know what others should do, but we don't know what we should do. And that's the focus is on you. It's on you. Because we can say it. As I was coming, I went for aerobics this morning. And as I was passing, the noise. And I was asking myself, what a society that doesn't think of the next person. The music must feed me, and I am happy. You don't care. Don't care about anybody. Don't care about anybody. That's the society we are driving. So if you want to lead, then personal change is important. Is what? Important. What she said, that you must understand yourself and understand your ecosystem. Is that okay? Okay. What is change? It is normally about a movement, new paradigm. I'm moving from A to B. I'm moving from what? A to B. This is how, so there's a need to identify gaps. Is a need to identify what? Gaps. What are the missing link? Are you getting it? So you know that I want to shift away with what was expected to happen. But you that want something to happen, you must first be that thing that you want to happen. Are you getting it? Yes. You don't be pointing at Mahama or who? Akufo-Addo, Mahama, your MPs. When you yourself on this campus is just a small Ghana. Anything you see happening here is what is happening up there. Are you getting it? So we start with our community. So change is a natural what? Phenomenon. One of the things I just noticed about is the climate change. Is what? There's a vegetable I use a lot. But this year, I have looked for it. I can't have it. And that tells me something is happening. Are you getting it? Yes. And I don't know if you observe your environment. If you observe it like I did. Maybe because I used that leaf, I know that it used to be everywhere. It's not like that. Then it brings something to my brain. How do I make sure that plant is back? Do you get it? Yes. If you don't think that way, okay, it has happened, so let the leaves go. You have not taken a step towards change. Is that okay? So change can be what? Evolutionary, gradual. Some people are sleeping. Huh? If you want to change, sleeping will not help. Huh? If sleep is coming, you just stand up because you want change and go and stand there and say, sleep, I speak to you. Okay. That is what? Revolutionary. If you do the gradual, you'll be sleeping. This one means move. Do you get it? Yes. Some of us want change, but we don't want to do what it takes to be changed. So it requires creating new system. It requires what? Always demands what? Leadership change. It also, leadership is about what? Dealing with change. And leadership itself is what? Change. So you have a new definition of leadership. Leadership is about what? Change. It's change itself. For change to happen, you choose to do what? 3 things can happen about yourself, you and the change. You can watch the change happen. You just sit in your corner as it's happening. Like now that we are moving digital. You can sit down and say, let them continue. Let change happen to you. Or lead change and influence what happens. Or ignore change and later wonder what happened. And that's a choice for you. Nobody will force you when change is happening. So you can express change in these ways. To be asking yourself, am I watching change to happen? Or let change happen to me? Or lead change and influence what happens? Or ignore change and later wonder what happened? That's your mindset. So it's about changing from situation A to what? B. It means you identify a problem and begin to initiate the process that will address the problem. Are you getting it? Requires a vision for a better world future. It involves dissatisfaction. I'm not happy with the status quo. If you have not gotten to that as African, as a person, about your life, about things, you cannot change. You cannot do what? Change. We'll just be talking, oh, corruption, oh, corruption, oh, corruption, corruption. Does not move from head to the heart for you to act. Who is a change leader? Is individual that has what? Innovative solutions to society most pressing what? Problems. Strive for what? Economic what? Sustainability. And begins to think of what? Efficient utilization of human and material what? Resources. So a leader will convey the vision, engage the people, manage their capability, and achieve what? Results. Is that you? There must be a vision, and you have to convey that vision. You have to engage the people with the vision. Yesterday, because I learned something that some people want to sit where decisions are taking place. decision making. So I met someone from Kenya, and he was talking about how policies of the nation, briefs and so on are being done. When he was talking, because it was abstract to me, I brought out my pen and paper. I told him to draw it, because I'm a visual person. He should tell me. Then he says, in every country, most countries don't have national what? Development agenda. What they come in is with the party agenda. So if you want to influence the system, you have to engage those consultants that the parties and use to develop their what? Manifestos first. And we are sitting down here saying change. We don't even know those who the parties in our countries develop their manifestos. It is when you engage them, you begin to, that's where the change starts. Because if they buy into what you say, then they will incorporate it into their what? Manifestos. If not, you have not started the journey of infiltrating the system. Are you understanding? So he drew it for me, so I've been thinking through. And the process is long, very long, because there are structures and institutions that should pick this idea and be running with it. Are you getting it? So we don't do things, if you want to be there, you have to be a change person and understand how the system is like. So change leader will take leadership responsibility to change the existing pattern and societal welfare. So change leaders require what? Forward what? Looking. They require what? Proactiveness. And they must embrace what? New ideas. Can we read it together? Please read it again. Ought to be. So you can imagine the struggle. They don't want, but they'll be talking. Our environment should be like this. Our road should be this. Then they are the ones throwing the paper. Are you getting it? We know how to talk. So that leader coming to say, okay, we are going to put something here to make sure that you see the same people. I was told that they asked some people, how many of you want change? They lifted their hands. When they asked them, who wants to be changed? All hands were down. It tells you a lot about ourselves. So leaders require what? Leaders require what? Big what? Long, tough. Leaders require what? That's because they need to be conscious of the big what? Picture and the small. Are you getting it? You can't neglect the small and continue looking. You must be able to manage them. So as you want to lead change, be sure that you need this type of eyes. Seeing what others don't see. Hearing what others don't hear. Doing what nobody is doing. Tasting what nobody is tasting. If you don't, they move you. Your neck must be very long. That's what I appreciate about Nkrumah. If every leader had a long neck, we would have had more of Unity Hall. It was built during his time. At that time, that building is there. Long, he saw the future. That our population will be what? Increasing. That we will not remain 5,000. It will not be 5-1 in a room again. It will be now more. We will now get to getting towards 90,000. Are you getting it? That's a leader. Conscious of both big and what? Small what? Development. They have long-term what? Focus. They understand what? Responsibility, mission, people, organization, climate, and the changing what? Environment. I don't know if you understand the changing environment. Which character traits are necessary to lead change? Can I hear from you? Quick, quick, quick. If you want to lead change from what we have said, what character do you expect for yourself? Don't look at somebody. How many of you want to lead change? What character do you need?
Self-discipline.
Self-discipline and
resilience.
And I like that. So have you put things in place to build that? I will come back to you to ask yes. Because it's important. Not somebody who, when he has a menstrual period, a leader who will be saying that I can't come for lectures. Yes, because when we were having it, we could still walk to classes and sit down. Now, they will tell you the excuse why they didn't come is because they have what? Menstrual pain. Who else is talking? What character do you have? It means you've not built a character yet. The way you're looking at me is like, you're still thinking. Yes.
Integrity, honesty, and selflessness.
Okay. Integrity, selflessness, and what? Honesty. What else? There's one of the things you need.
Discipline and risk.
Discipline and risk. I like that. And risk is one of the areas we fail a lot.
Continuous personal change.
Continuous personal change. Because people too are changing. What else?
Discipline.
Emotional intelligence.
Discipline and consistency.
Discipline and what? Consistency. So I hope you're writing them because you have to build those things inside you. There's one that you need patience. You need what? Patience. You need what? Patience. So the context where change needs to take place is from what? Can we read it together? So the journey starts from where? Before it affects what? The nation. It doesn't start from the nation. Because nation is made up of what? People. The personal people. These personal people. So don't be talking too much. So it starts with individual, community, organization, and what? Society. So if you see how Africa is, how things are happening, always look at yourself. What role, what have you contributed to that it is happening? Don't be pointing at what? Because the system is us. The system is what? Us. Not anybody. So these were examples of people. You know about Nelson Mandela. He had opportunity. But he says, I better go to prison for liberation to take place. It's somebody who understands that he wanted South Africa to be liberated. Are you getting it? Yes. So he decided to go and stay there. Most of you want to be driving in four-wheel drive and move around. So he stayed there for the number of years. Kwame Nkrumah, I have mentioned, Martin Luther, Kennedy, shot. In the process, you can die. Are you getting it? In the process of bringing change, you can die. But because you have built community, they will be carrying it on. Are you getting it? Yes. So when we talk about, it's good to talk about that, yes. These are the skills we need to lead change. Problem what? Solving. Decision what? Making. What else? And what next? Innovations. These are the skills. So when they give you assignment in class that is problem, take interest in that. For you to solve. Leaders solve problems. They don't complain. Are you getting it? Leaders do what? Solves problems. They are not the complainers or something. No. So if you want to be a leader, start now to work on your problem solving what? Skills. It's very important. Decision making. Some of us cannot take decision because we are very afraid of decision. Making decision. Creativity. Innovation. I always think about alternative pathways because I did chemistry. Are you getting it? If a reaction is going and I want to change it, what do I do? So some of the courses you do are courses that helps you change what? Direction. But you don't see chemistry like that. You see it as a difficult subject. But I saw it as a subject that highlights alternative routes. So you can introduce catalysts, the lower the end. Do you get it? And the reactions, alternative. So if I come to this place and they say, you can't move here, I ask myself, is there another route? Is there another route? I won't waste time. My brain thinks that way. Embrace change drives what? Innovation. If you embrace change, you will drive what? Innovation, because people start thinking differently. What can we do? Should we continue to eat wheat? Or we change and use the flours we have here to bake bread? That's people who are thinking. They will not sit down and say, it is the wheat to Russian war and something war that is preventing. When you have so many flours in the system to use and bake bread, but your taste has been twisted with wheat. You don't want to change. But embrace change because it drives. Can we read this together? I tell you. Do you get it? Think of every time you wake up. No. You are the young ones that likes fun. And you don't want change too. When I was somebody was not wearing glasses. So when glasses was coming, I fought it with all my strength. I said, I used to see things. But you see, age was coming. Things were changing. And I was saying, no, it can't happen. But when I relax, I'm wearing glasses with no stress. With no what? Stress. So in life, don't think, and some of you are becoming anemic, not eating. Because they say they want to be slim. If I tell you how slim I was, you will not believe. Do you get it? Yes. So change will be coming. Adding weight here, men, their stomach is bulging, and then they are now getting worried. Change cannot be. If not, as we see you grow, we say, hey, now you're a big lady. Now it's not boring again because you see yourself, but better control it. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. What are barriers to change? Number one is what? Fear of what? Would I lose my eyes in the process of this? Fear of what? Failure. The next thing, fear of one's life. Yes, unwillingness to offend others. Lack of what purpose? Please look at them again and just 1 minute reflect on each of those. Which one is your barriers? Which one is your own barrier? So that you can start thinking about it. carefully. Which one reflects you, looks like you? Which one looks like you? Is there somebody who wants to share which one looks like him or her? No? If you're able to say it, then we deal with it. That's the first step of identifying the problem. Who is willing to share? I like that. Yes. Yes, it's a very common one. Because you are very comfortable in that zone. So you don't need to. But how can we solve that problem? Okay. Okay. Is it possible for you to read about that place that you are not sure of so that you have understanding? Would it be one way of handling that fear? Okay. You know, sometimes we don't know the terrain, but there are people who have been in the terrain. So you can also find out from them, like yesterday that I got the man to tell me what it takes for me to be at decision-making place. Are you getting it? Because you're always saying, politics is not for you. Politics is not for you. But there's no place you don't play politics. We are all in we are all politicians if you don't know. So thanks so much for that. Who else has something to say? Yes, please. Unwillingness, yes, to offend others, yes. That is, so what will we do with that? Is there a solution?
Yeah, there is a solution to this.
Okay.
Because looking at this point, I always feel if I offend people, I'll lose them forever.
That is it.
So I do my possible best to keep them. And when it is critical to offend the person and also correct the person, I do it. Okay. And I don't fear to lose the person anymore, because now as it stands, I'm building up myself and also to adjust to things like that.
Very, very important. I like that. It's important not to offend people. Are you getting it? It's important, but you have to balance. You have to do what? To balance. So I will reflect and reflect, what is my motive? What's the reason for wanting to do what when I do, it offends people? After analyzing that, and I know I'm on the right course. After all, what is it? They don't fit me. Are you getting it? Yes. And the other part is that people want to have them, so they will bury them. I've come to a point that when I die, if they decide to keep me for the birds to eat, my spirit has gone. So what else? So you discover that it depends on your values. Values will drive these fears. Values will do what? Drives these fears away. That's why you think, you reflect on what you value. What other barriers to change are there? Do you know any? Can you add to what we have? Yes, please. You want? Okay. No, they want to hear you. I can also speak without mic, so.
The mic is heavy. The fear for one's life, assuming maybe, like he said something, say, unwillingness to offend others. He was scared to offend people because he thought he would lose them. So assuming maybe you were scared to lose one's life, and maybe the person did something bad that, like, people talk to him about it, him or her about it, but the person didn't listen, and the person is dead. Should you cry or laugh?
I don't get the question. Maybe I am. Can I repeat?
I'm trying to say that he made a statement saying he was first scared of losing
offending people.
Because
Yes.
he thought when he offends them, he's
He
going
will-
to lose them. But
yes.
later, he got to know, say, like,
Lose them as friends.
yes.
Okay.
So later, he got to know that, like, it's normal. He has to balance
The two. Yes.
the
Okay.
two. So here lies the case that fear for one's life.
Yes.
So assuming maybe you fear of losing someone.
When we say fear for one's life, could be death or going to prison or something that is more difficult than what he was not willing to offend the people. Are you getting? So there are two different things, if I understand you.
In this case, should that one also be like balanced?
Fear for one's life, there are things you cannot do, like Mandela. Nkrumah, you know the politics that finally sent him to Gambia and he died. Do you get it? There are some things you can't control. This one, you can manage it. Because it's not a threat to your life. To your what? Your life. I hope you get her point. Okay. So, how do I deal with resistance to change? There are different things we do. One is education and communication, participation and involvement. Get people involved. Facilitate, support, and agree. Are you getting it? Get them. So, you need to, as a leader, work on your communication skills. Is that okay? This morning, I also read a story. You know, there are two things in my Bible that I love is the way they do a lot of things. So I learned from there to use in my teaching. I pick a lot from there. But it's about the King David. When David had a challenge by committing sin, they didn't go to him directly. Are you getting it? I discovered that those people working with the king knew the king loved stories. Love what? Stories. There are people you use stories to get them, to communicate your strategies and ideas. Are you getting it? Most of us think we should go head on when we want to bring change. You don't do that all the time. You must learn different ways. That's why she talked about emotional what? Intelligent. Are you getting it? Yes. So when Nathan went, he didn't look at his face and say, you have committed adultery. He just respected him, greeted him, and started the story. And as he was ending the story, it was the king himself who said, that man should be killed. And Nathan said, you are the one. Are you getting it? Yes. Today also is another story. The son, Absalom, had caused confusion and ran away. But the father's heart was still linked to the... Then they also got somebody to go and tell a story that is similar to what is happening to him. And they also got him to respond. Are you getting it? There are different people, you communicate with them what? Differently. So you don't use the same style for A to B. When you're doing change, you must be asking yourself, what type of thing, like the young ones, what type of thing should we use? They say digital, go, Facebook, Twitter. So different things are happening. Which one do they look more? So you begin to do what? Communicate based on what? When people are resisting change, you must look for different ways of helping them. But the issue is that let your motive for leading change be for the interest of the people, not yourself. Are you getting it? Let it be for the people. So explicit and implicit word, coercion. So you can have manipulation, cooptation. You have to do different what? When people mention manipulation, we look at it as negative. That's why I talk about what is the intention. What is what? Your intention. It's very, very important. Yes. Change leader is not always what? Catalytic. What does that mean? Catalytic. Those who did chemistry, when you introduce catalyst, what does it They say it speeds up what? The reaction, but doesn't itself take part. But this one, you have to take part in the change. Leaders are changed by the very change they lead. Are you getting it? Yes. So great sacrifice, payment of ultimate price, which is death, and change leader is not without a cost. Is that okay? It's not without what? A cost. So this will be your homework. You want? Yes. Mm-hmm. What is the meaning? I said it can even get you to death. Jesus died because he was bringing a change to love you and love me. You get it? So sometimes you can die. Nkrumah died. Nkrumah did what? Died. Do you know what caused Mandela to die very fast? It's those things he went through. The physiology, the body. Finally, you can die. But there are people, if you did your transformation things well, the people will carry on your work. Just like I use Jesus again to tell you. Are you getting it? Yes. People are talking always. To be frank, I was teaching some people. Then I asked, who are the new leaders of today that you can see? Because every time I go for the meeting, and I ask the new people, they will always go and mention Maria Theresa, mention Martin Luther. I said, so it means in our generation, we can't see anybody who is sacrificing. That is what it means. And can you be the person the next generation will be talking about? I don't know. You can't. But they died. Mm-hmm. So I like for what you're saying. Can you give me some example? Not today, but I'll get you. I'll give you my email. Then you tell me what. I have just seen one from Cameroon. The boy died. He's a doctor. I have his video. I was shocked. The extent the boy went to make sure somebody's life was saved. He was a medical officer. So I would like to engage you so you give, because I want to have current people who are doing it, not people who have gone. Are you getting it? So please, don't miss this chance. Is that okay? So this is a case study for you, which I wanted you to do. But can we read this together? Please read it again. On that note, we break. Yes.
I think the clap was not enough for Prof. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll go on break. I'm very much aware that all of you here have not signed. Yes, we'll continue the presentation. So when we come back, please just ensure that you are sitting at the, you don't mix up all this they have signed except for you. So when we come back from break, I'll let you do that. Okay. All right. So let's have a break, a short break. It's supposed to be how many minutes? Let's attempt to come back. Wow. 11:40. Break, right? Just 5 minutes, then you come back to continue. Thank you. Don't drop the wrapper or the seal on the floor. And when you are done with your water, make sure you carry the bottle and dispose of it well. It's part of self-discipline. Okay. So we'll continue the presentation.
Okay, so we will start. Change Leadership Part 2, the transformational process. Can we read this together? Please read it, read it, read it. So you see that I have emphasized individual in all the presentation because I want you to take a look at yourself. Don't be looking at people. Look at yourself. Is that okay? It's very, very important if you don't look at yourself. Ask, because individuals are like microbes. They are like what? Microbes. They have certain characters and you think it's power that corrupts. Power does not corrupt. The people are already corrupted before they come in. Are you getting it? Yes. It's when they are in there, then you begin to see the microbes manifesting itself, just like you provide oxygen and water. The microbes are in this room. So if I keep bread, by the next day, they will start coming on it. That's how individuals are. So transformation is inherently messy. Very confusing. Everybody will be struggling. Typically, it requires what? Sacrifice, dedication, and what? Creativity. This mindset comes as a result of inspiration motivated by what? A compelling vision. You must understand that it is compelling vision that will lead the people, but it comes with sacrifice, comes with dedication, it comes with what? Creativity. Because along the way, you have to be a very creative leader to sustain the change. To sustain what? The change. I'm not a political person in NDC or NPP. But I was looking at when we had the COVID. You needed a leader who will be speaking to us because people were down. People were what? Down. A lot of you do not appreciate what happened during that time. We forget. I always ask myself, if we had another leader, how would it have been? What is it? It's not because I am NDC or NPP. No. I look at things holistically. Do you understand? You needed a leader who will be on his feet, communicating, telling you we are on course. It is not as bad as it is. Are you getting it? When you start a change, then you understand what COVID was about. You want to move with them, get them focused, because a time we will see what happens when a change is coming. Then you appreciate people more than always talking about leaders, Look at yourself, then you understand what I'm talking about. So leading change will require inspiration. You need research because you need some data to support what you are. And you saw during that time, data must be generated. The COVID team. I wanted to, she was one of those working very hard. That's Dr. Yasantua. Let them see you. She was producing those things we were using. Are you getting it? It was not easy. People say, don't go to school. If you're not, but you don't understand. So that is why I don't talk too much, because I have not been in their position. Are you getting it? I have to be wise. Team formation. You have to recruit, build core teams, people who will be moving. So it is not just sitting down and saying, I want to lead a change. No. It demands a lot of things. Vision, design, clarification of goals, what, where. So every time the people are thinking, strategy, formulation, plan well for change, resource, what are the resources we need? Both human and what? Financial, or the capital, what we need. Execution, implementation, communicate, delegate. That is the reason why we will be talking about competence. Are you getting it? Because during that time, you have to build people's competencies so that they can drive it along with you. So it is not something we talk and then laugh. Evaluation measure, are we progressing? Are we not progressing? Let us be very careful. This is what happened, the normal response to change. You see, it starts as a shock, then we deny. Some people were denying COVID, isn't it? Then it gets to frustration. People were depressed. Experiment, we started experimenting. Mask, no mask, should we? Then decisions, integration. But I want to show you this one so that you really appreciate it. Spend a few minutes to look at that. What do you see? Some were saying, can I cope? Can I what? Cope? Anxiety. That was the starting. Where were you on that? Yes. Some say at last something is going to change. So you see, when they say they can give what? COVID injection. People started. But there were still people who were denying. Do you understand? You didn't understand it. Oh, I tell you. Then what impact will this have? How will it affect me? This is bigger than I thought. Why should we be wearing masks to classroom? Why? What is this? And some people are still wearing it today. Are you getting it? Yes. So please, see, some felt threat, fear, guilt, depression. Who am I? Did I really do that? Those are the things when things are happening. Sometimes you react being hostile. Do you get it? Then I'm off, this isn't for me. I'm running away. So some people will do what? Disappear. Everybody responds to change differently. Are you getting it? Everybody. So you need a leader who will be speaking into the life of all these people. You are not just tackling one person. The depressed, the excited ones, the ones who want to run away. Like now, they said we are relocating. We are relocating. Then you go to that place you are relocating to. So what will you do? Change is not easy to manage with a leader. Yes.
So about change leadership, like, is it okay for one to change temporarily, like just for a particular impact to be made, or the change must be permanent?
It depends on the type of change. Depends on what?
Type of change.
Once the change is achieved, then that's why I use the word sustainable. If I wanted people to live to empower, after the map, what do I do? So it depends on the change you want. Is that okay? Yes. So see that. So embrace each challenge in your life as an opportunity for what? Please, where is the other lady? Yes, that's what I want. But we don't want to use the mic. How would I hear you?
Okay, so
I want to ask if you could use the Akosombo Dam spillage as an example of change.
I use COVID because it was global. Anywhere you ran to, you met it. Akosombo was just. So I was using the global in the context of everybody here. Because not all of us understood or know where Akosombo is. Are you getting it? I thought of my audience. So it was also a good example. So when you can use that example if you are talking to your community, are you getting it? When you know. Is that okay, my dear? Yes. So embrace each challenge in your life as an opportunity for what? Self-what? Transformation. So embed changes into culture. One of the problems that happens to us is that we don't imbibe it into our culture. Are you getting it? We come and listen to this and we go away. We are not strategic about. The last step and makes change last is done based on results. It requires a lot of what? Communication. Specific communication. It may require turnover of specific people. Some people might have to drop out. Are you getting it? You can't carry everyone. Because some can become a stumbling block to the change. Are you getting it? So be looking and be careful in your change process that you might have to drop people. Don't feel sad when you're dropping them. And they will become your enemies. Is that okay? Yes. But learn to communicate. I cannot of this. It is very powerful tool. So if you need to do something, work on this. Both oral, oral communication, whatsoever the system that you have in place to make sure people understand the change you are talking about. Integrate change with other what? TLG. In character, integrate change. Because you pick some character you want to change. In calling, integrate what? Change. In building community, integrate what? Change. In competence, integrate change. In celebration, all the tier that you have learn to incorporate what? Change. I hope that makes sense. So, in summary, good leaders provide right support throughout the process. They provide what? Right support. You need a support system. Change brings great stress, even it's positive. Are you getting it? Brings a lot of stress. So you must provide support. It requires foresight and planning. It requires what? Foresight and planning. Ensure change is what? Constructive and minimal in what? Human cost. Can we read this together? The most important journey you take. Would you share? Please read it again. So we end with what? Change leadership. We are now looking at competence. Is that okay? Please, where is Jonas, are you here? Any question on this, please, so that... Any question? So this morning, what we have done is talk about change. And I said that change starts with you. Starts with what? You, before it can descend. The change starts with what? Change starts with who? Me. Change starts with who? Me. So when you are on that platform talking, always look at yourself. if you are leading the change that you have caused on yourself. Yes. So what my student yesterday, I was collecting some people's trousers and they were looking at me. That when you come to my class with that I don't want to train people who are crazy. Because I asked them in the class, what does that trouser mean? They say it's crazy. I said, I don't want to present to president crazy people. So all the crazy people, please bring your something. And they were laughing, but they brought it. Because we are on course for change. We are on course for what? Change. We don't want to produce a lot of crazy people for the nation. Since you can call a trouser crazy and you wear, what do you want people, your change? Can you lead change? You'll be leading crazy people. That's by the way. You won't see me wearing it because I'm leading change. I'm doing what? Leading change with people who are normal, not people who want to be crazy. So we are going to look at competencies of a change leader. And I want you to do this assessment for yourself quickly. Please assess yourself on this. Rate the occurrence of each by circling your personal response using the scale. Can we do that quickly so that we can move? Do it on yourself, please, 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 please. 1 is no occurrence, 2 is little, 3 is some, 4 is many. So if you read a sentence, then look at it, and then quick, please, quick, do it. You know, when you do things, it stays. When you don't, it doesn't stay, please. Have you finished? Who has finished? What did you get over 20? What did you get over 20? Who is ready to share? Okay, I like that. Yeah. She just shared something. Last time when we met, she told me she wanted to do something. Today she has confirmed it's working. Some people cannot. I
had 15.
You have 15. Great. So which one was the less? Which one was that made it the list? In 3, which of the where? Mention them. 2, I continually assess my current competence levels. I acquire the needed by learning and upgrading. So, and then 4. So you have to work on that, isn't it, to move them? Yes, another person.
At 14. The one area of interest or QA and yes, madam. And 5. Yes, please.
Any other person?
I've not done any.
It's not good at all. That's why change must be done. Huh? Yes. So when I finish, I'm going to ask you for your report. Is that okay? Yes. So, personal assessment is important. You assess yourself. In a particular, each of us, there's nobody as you look at me who doesn't have something. And how have you seen this competency developed? Reflect. Reflect. If some people had this opportunity you have, they will be different. Are you getting it? Yes. They'll be different. Some are looking for it. And when you have and you treat it like Esau did, you don't know what you're doing to yourself. The day you want it, you'll be crying. You won't get it. People look for this and want to pay. You have it free. And you come and sit here, you don't care. When we are talking about change, if the nation or your country has to change, it starts with you. You start with who? You. So at the end of this, you understand the importance of competence. You find out leadership competence that you need to have if you want to lead. The process of how to get it, and then how to develop and implement your plans. Can you generate some synonyms for competence based on what you're seeing? Yeah. Synonyms for competence. Can I hear from you? A synonym when they say competence. Another word. Ability. Ability. Now when I point at you, then you put your head down. You, I'm looking at you. She says ability. What else? Strength. I want to hear. The young lady writing, can I hear from you? Yes, you? You can't know. Hi, okay, competence, young man. Intellect, Ability, everybody ability. Okay. The group here, can I hear? Not those people though, these ones. That's my student, I can see. So he knows me, that this is what I do. Strength, somebody mentioned strength. I want to hear more. Capability, I like that, yes. Ability. So these are the synonyms. Capabilities, people mention that. Ability, skills, fitness, aptitude, proficiency, know-how, there's strength, experience, and what? Expertise. Just a few to mention. So it's the ability to do something well against a standard. There's a standard. There's what? Standard. Then you have the ability to do that with the standard. The ability of an individual to do a job well. Natural, there are some natural, there are some that you need to develop, there are some that is through experience. Are you getting it? So that is why you expose yourself. It's not the same as academic what? It's not the same as what? It relates to specific job, task, or what? Function. Are you getting it? Yes. So if I'm leading, it's not about academic, I have a PhD, I have this. No. There are certain things you need to run. For example, if I want to be in politics, I have to understand the system. So one of the things I've been thinking about is how do we prepare people for politics? How do we prepare the people to take up politics? Because the terrain is not ordinary. Are you getting it? You have to prepare your mental. And all these things you are doing is part of the training to help you position yourself for it. It's condition of being capable and having sufficient skills and knowledge. And it relates to what? Task, result, and what? Output. Competence. You need attitude, skills, and what? Knowledge. Its process requires the whole development of your what? Professional, theological, theoretical, and personal life of a leader. So I've always used the word prepared to be preferred. Prepared to be what? Preferred. You can't just move into leadership without preparation. So for KNUST, we have processes. They look at it. They will always say, you must have been a head of department. You must have been a dean. You must have been, because in those small places, you pick on different things. Are you getting it? Before you climb there. So sometimes it's sad. Most of those who have joined politics and are in those places have never gone through a preparation. Nobody prepares them. This morning I was talking, when we were going for exercise walk, I was telling my husband that, this Nkrumah did so well. They had, during his time, they said they had something. Who knows what they had? They said they had a group he was training. Pardon? The young pioneer. The young pioneer. Those young pioneers, they were trained with an ideology. They trained them with an ideology. And if you come home, they said they will go through it. The day they give them the uniform and there's something, is very exciting because their parents cannot talk in their house. Because now they know the ideology of Nkrumah. Are you getting it? Yes. You must understand the context of Africa, the culture. So many things. You can't just lead people if you don't know their what? Culture. And you just go there. So there's a lot to do. How do people think? What is? So it means you have to work on your what? In that what? Area to grow. So these are skills, 6 competencies you need to look at. Things a person know how to do well. That's skills. Knowledge. What a person knows about a particular substantive area. You want to join politics. You want to lead your community. You want to start sewing or something. What do you know? Social role, image a person projects to others. That's why I talk about these dresses, but people don't understand. What do you project? People have a mind about you. What do you project? Self what? Image. A way a person sees him or what? Herself. Because as you enter into a room, they can easily, if you are entering for interview, the people on the panel you can communicate who you are to them. And if somebody is on that, he can just target that, and by the time you leave there, your self-image is down. So that is why we spend time preparing our mind for interviews. Are you getting it? Because it's not just entering. I remember when I was going for the provost, when I entered the room for interview to be a provost of College of Science, they were all men. They were all what? Men. And when I entered, they said, am I afraid? I told them, me afraid? No. Do you understand? Yes. But if I was there, entered, said, are you afraid? Then I've already. Do you get it? It was a psychological to put me down. I told them no. I grew up with guys. So I'm not afraid of guys. I played football. Then they look at me. Do you understand? Yes. I use the knowledge of myself. That is why you build yourself up. If you don't know. So when I'm talking, I talk with what? Experience. Do you get it? So I was able to face the 5 people, all men. But men and women, we are just working together. But why should you ask me if I'm afraid? Traits, enduring characteristic of a person's what? Behavior. A person's what? Behavior. Motives. Your natural thoughts and preferences in a particular what? Area. These are the 6 competencies you should work on yourself. It's very important. And one of the areas I want to talk about is self-image. If you don't work on your self-image, always looking at online to build your self-image, you'll be in trouble. Where you see yourself. You are a very important person in leading change in our nation. But you can tell yourself, I am not, because as you think, so you are. Are you getting it? Yes. The way you think about yourself is the way you communicate to people. You communicate how you think to people. So that is why you work on your thought pattern to unleash your potential. So the mind is key. So the tip of the iceberg, competencies that influence what we do. You see? No, usually we don't see this because it's underground. What we see is skills and what? Knowledge. So nobody knows, but your self-image will reflect up. Your social role, your values is what will drive the top, what people see. Traits and your motives. These ones are hidden. And this is where you should spend time to cultivate. To do what? To cultivate. So that they can impact on what? Your knowledge and what? Your skill. Me, I have my identity already. Are you getting? Nobody. It's not my title. It's not that makes who I am. So if you don't work on that, who you are, what are your values? What drives you? If you don't settle, what drives you? Other people will drive you with their values system. So, open discussion. What are the unique talent and skills you observe in your family? Why do we need competent leaders in our community? What have you observed in your family? Yes. This group seems to be quiet, and this group. So today I'm starting with this group. I'm here. I'm here. I've announced my presence. So who takes the mic first to show self-image? Confident. I'm here. What are the unique talent and skills you observe in your family? Hey, nobody belongs to a family here. You don't have families. Then why are you quiet? So you have not observed anything. Then it's serious. How can your family develop? Or this is the first time you're thinking about it? Hey. Since I came here, I stood in front of you, it means that I should start with you. seen something in 1 and 2 that is in you? Or no?
All right, I have observed that the firstborn is too authoritative, like, yes. He likes to rule. Yes. Exactly. So I don't know if it is a skill or a talent. And the second born loves to be noticed. Yeah. Yes. Actually, I don't know if it is a skill or a talent. And I'm just an agreeableness person. Like someone who agrees to both of them, like
You just agree to them. So you don't have your own.
like I do. I do.
The authoritative one say you have to go to get rescue.
No. I did push myself to come here. Yes. He was not there when I came here, so I think I contributed the most to be here. Yes, I'm my own leader.
Find something positive, negative, and write it and share with me about your family. You know, I told you that that lady made me to interact with the grandpa. So I know what I'm talking about. Yes. Those who are sitting like this, I'm coming to you. It means that that is how the family sits. Okay? We'll hear them and then I ask here. So be thinking about your families.
Okay, so I would say in my family, we are very, very optimistic.
Very optimistic? Okay.
Yes. Like, we are trained to focus that things will turn out to be good.
Okay.
And
how many are you?
I have 3 siblings. You are 3.
You're 3, okay.
Yeah. And with the way my father brought us up, he imbibed this mentality into us that we should never see ourselves as average.
Average, okay.
That we should see ourselves to be great and very rich.
Very rich, I like that. Yeah. So money will be flowing.
Also, like, my parents have always imbibed in us the spirit to be God-fearing.
Okay.
You know, we should try to tolerate others, okay, and just try to be the good ambassador of the family.
That is very good. I like that. Can we clap for the 2 of them in that group? I am here to hear the men's voice. The other leg. Who is ready? 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 I am waiting. Yes, I'll come there, but I want this group because they've been very quiet. And somebody is looking down. Looking up now. So he's ready to speak. Please give it to him. After him, then you give to that man. We are listening, we are listening, we are listening. Your family, what are the unique talents? I'm still waiting to see talent. I've heard some leadership, authoritative, then it means that there is some which we need to manage. Because if they become leaders.
Growing up, one thing I realized in the family is that they are hardworking.
Hardworking.
Yes.
A good core value.
Yes. That's the only thing I've realized.
Hey, how many are you?
Is that
How many are you?
Like, we are not together, but we are 5 in number.
Oh, you are not together.
Yes.
But how did you notice they are hardworking?
We've been together before, so that's why.
Oh, because you are. So now they are all working.
Yes, please.
So you are number what?
The last one.
Oh, no wonder. Please move, move then to there. I don't know why you want it. Why aren't you talking? Huh? Why are you not?
Hello.
Please, please, sis, don't mind.
Thank you very much
Yeah.
for this opportunity.
Yeah.
One thing my family members normally do is everybody wants to know how to drive.
Okay.
So most of them involve themselves in driving.
Okay. So
I'm
that's
also-
the skill.
Yeah, I'm also learning, but I'll continue to finish learning. Thank you.
Okay, which is a good thing because you don't know. You know, in life, there is what we call passive income and active income. Are you getting it? Passive income. So when people are using their talent to make money, don't be jealous. He could be driving and making money. Yes, I am here. There's another. Oh, I like that. Please, can we clap for her? Because I have to force people. But I didn't force her. Some people, you have to force them. Even them, they tie their faces.
One thing I learned from my family is trading. Anything that
Trading.
yes.
I like that.
Anything that you do that bring monies to you,
Uh-huh.
everyone is interested of doing that.
Okay.
And I learned that from my mom.
You learned that
so
from
for
your...
me, anything that I would do or I would sell for
Should
to
bring
get money,
cash.
that's what I'm interested at.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for her? Ah, I am here. People should look at my face. They should look at my face, not busy writing with green pen. Why? Why are they writing with green pen? Okay, I want to hear the person with the green pen. Please, let's move because... Yes, I'm waiting. The green pen, the green pen. Is the green pen not there again? Or you want me to come back? Please, can I see your face? Yes. So can I hear from you, please? I didn't force the other lady. She was very... let me not force you. I just used the word green pen, and you can identify yourself. Yes. What have you noticed in your family?
People are hardworking and committed to work.
So there's commitment
and hard work.
And hard work. Okay. That is very good. And you didn't want to speak. Okay. So I'll move on. So why do we need competence leader? One, life transformation can deal with both your spirit, mind, emotion, and physical dimension of the human existence. 30 minutes is ready on the table. Huh? It's a special skill. So in the house, when I was young, I used to tell my mom, you bring so many people. Just open a hotel and we will do it for you, because she believed in my cooking abilities. Yes. So when I'm talking live application, I don't waste time in food cooking. You can give me, because I'm very diverse in my way of thinking. I like to combine things and see. Huh? A scientist does that. Do you understand the age in which you are living? Do you understand? What changes do you think needs to be spearheaded in a sphere? Identify leadership competencies that will be needed to lead the changes you have identified. I've spent time trying to your brain to think through. Can we read this? This was Nelson Mandela. Please read it again. That is very important. Most of you don't know, I was a high jumper. Huh? But you will kill if you don't practice. Are you getting it? I used to jump for my state those days. I was running 100 meters, 200 meters, and relay races. People are here, you have those talents. So I can see my granddaughter when she's running. And I said, is this another sprinter in the land? Are you getting it? But I can kill that, because I can be saying, I wanted to go and do this. I wanted to. Are you getting it? And kill that. That is why I ask for you to observe in your home what is there. Are you getting? I see her when she's running, then everybody is like, he has taken after you. And she's a commander. You will say, carry, carry. And I say, I mean, carry you. I won't carry you. The command. And I have to manage that so that she's not intimidated. Are you getting it? She can speak. She can, 3.5 years, engage people in conversation. And climb the ladder in the house. And when she climbs, then she stands and do like this and clap her hands. Do you understand? I am observing that. And I can decide either to keep her into academic or balance both for her to be what? Trained properly. To do what she's good at. Is that okay? Yes. Me, like this, I can't be in the hospital because I can't see people who are suffering. I will be crying and they will cry with me. Do you understand? So I wanted to be where I will see people smiling. That's why I keep telling you, smile, smile, smile. Because I don't like. So elements of competence is one, appreciation, learning to accept and appreciate who you are, your unique strength and what? Weaknesses. Assessment. You should use various tools to identify, understand your strength and what? Weaknesses. Acquisition. Take practical steps to work on this. Are you getting it? It's a learning process where you acquire new knowledge, attitude and skill. Application. Then involve the strategies and techniques for using learned competencies and what? In leading what? Change. Amplification. Multiply. The result of sowing is always more than what is. So train people. Use that. If somebody had said that I'll be standing and talking to people, leading, being the provost of College of Science, which is male-dominated. But you see, my background prepared for that. People don't know. I grew up, I had 4 brothers. I'm the only lady. Are you getting it? So when they asked me, and my dad gave equal opportunity to all of us to go to school. He didn't, So you can see building confidence in me. And not to talk about when I came to know the Lord, who is the giver of life. Then area where competencies can be learned. One is your thinking skill. You can work on your thinking skill. You can work on your spiritual, your heart. You can work on your relational, emotional, which is social. You can also take interest. So don't focus so much on your technical skill alone. You must learn about how do we manage material, economic, and entrepreneurial. These are areas of competence you need to work at as you do what? It's important you do that. So the levels will be in personal. Attach yourself, be an apprentice so that you can practice. Then you do what? Master it. Coaching and equipping others. Learn your communication skill. Get a mentor so that they can empower you. Are you getting it? For the ladies, you were given mentors. But I don't know how you use them. I don't know. But you are one of those that are blessed. So take note of that. When you think of a perfect leader, you might picture someone who never let his temper get out of control. That's what we think. People who don't get annoyed, then we. Or you might think of someone who has complete trust of her staff. But all this is what we call what? Emotional what? Intelligence. Because you understand the people and you understand yourself. Is that okay? You must understand the people and also understand yourself. So, 5 main elements which you know. I think they taught you on emotional intelligence, isn't it? Yes. Self-awareness, you regulate, motivate, and empathy with social skills. Leaders need to understand the time and be well aware of the culture, the cultural climate, historical context in which they live and work so that they can become transformers rather than what? Conformers. We don't want conformers. We want what? Transformers. So most institutions usually, they know what they want, but they lack the leaders with competence to lead it. Are you getting it? Most people, we know. When you listen to the radio, Ghana knows what they want. Are you getting it? But who are the leaders? It's what you must be asking ourselves. I'm told you are going to eat, but I will just go through this then so that I won't come back. I won't do what? Come back. I don't. Is the food ready? Mm-hmm. The food is ready. Okay. So, as you are going to eat, be asking yourself, am I a dreamer? Am I a dreamer? Am I a developer? Am I a designer? Am I a driver? Be asking yourself this question. What is your action preferences and tendency when you are in a situation or doing something? Are you the one who dreams? Are you the one who designs? Are you the one who develops? Are you the one who drives? So be asking yourself while you're eating. Don't close your brain. The food, as you look at that plate of food, be asking, did I dream about this food? If I am the one to set this, is this how I would design the plate? Are you getting it? Is that how I would design the plate? Can I use this food to drive people, item 13, to come and eat? Be asking yourself, will I develop this type of food for people to eat? On that note, have a good lunch.
Thank you very much, Professor Mrs. Odro. It's time, the food is ready. So we will go and come back. What time are we coming back, please? Okay, yes. I hope you've all had the opportunity of signing for your participation for the morning session, right? Okay. It's so interesting. After we are done, then people begin to come to me that I haven't signed. Okay. So you haven't, right? Okay. So we'll take one announcement or two and then we'll go for lunch.
When we return at 1:40, we will be going through a session on transformational project reports. If you are here and your group leader and your group secretary has not yet put their document on PowerPoint, this is the best time to call them to do it. They were all informed. We sent emails to all group leaders and group secretaries. We sent messages to them on their platform. We have all the group leaders and their secretaries on one platform. They were called, they were told. Please tell them that you are my group leader. If you don't come, I will lose getting my certificate for this session. Please come. The group leaders may decide to go and stay in the washroom because they have not done their work. If he or she is in the washroom, go and bring him or her. That for my certificates alone, please come and show yourself. Thank you. Please, you can go for your break.
I'm going to wait for you, my brother.
Okay, so what was the lunch? It was, hello, it was amazing protein. What? You had an amazing protein. Do you know the protein base of that food? And it's leguminous too. And it's rich in vitamin D because it was dried on the hot sun. Hey, you people, you don't prefer that one. So which one would you have preferred? Indomie. Which one? Fufu and bangkun. Okay. So we will take their feedback to the kitchen staff if they can help us with something good. Now we are going to do a very important session. Please, do we have the same video to the other side? Do we have the same video to those at the other side? Okay. Those at the other side, we would want you to come in. So please come in. Bring your chairs into this room. For the purposes of the transformational project discussion, we will need them in here. When they are done, they will go back because we will not be able to do the lessons with them. So please, if you are watching me, please come with your chairs. Pick a chair and come. Those in the other room, please pick a chair and come. So this was what we did. Transformational projects are unique projects with the Transforming Leadership and Governance Seminars. Please, those in the other room, if you are hearing me and you are watching me from the video, please come in. Pick a chair and come to the main room. We want to be together. When we are done, then you can go back to your classes. Because we need to do the presentations together. I know they are watching me, so please pick your chair and come. After the transformational project. Let me check. Check Cohort 9. Cohort 9. Sure. Oh, then I'm going to the wrong place. You're going to the wrong place. This is Cohort 9.
130 is governance.
Yes. Tomorrow. So the group leaders, please, you still have work to do. Make sure you have done it, right? Okay. We will be taking governance at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, so good afternoon. As we wait for the projection, in fact, we are 30 minutes late according to our schedule. But we'll see how we can work it out and still be on time. So we are looking at governance, values and principles of governance. Yeah, so we'll try to define what government is. Do you have? Thank you very much. Yes, so in this session, hello. In this session, we are looking at defining what government is, what governance is, defining it, its forms and types. We'll look at characteristics of good governance and human flourishing, that is human rights, and how we can interact with good governance and apply it in our lives and the society. So when we say government, what do we mean? Every time we are saying the government should do this, the government should do that. What do we mean when we say? Yes, so when we say government, what do we mean? What is government? Hello? Yes, please.
So government refers to the institution responsible for the management of affairs of the people.
Institution responsible for the management of the people. So it has to do with some group of people. Is that it? Not you. Ah. Okay, any other government?
Government is the machinery through which the state is being run.
The machinery through which the state is being run. And what is that machinery? What constitutes that machinery? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Can we have further particulars?
Government is made up of the three organs of government. We have the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. So they are the machine through which the government runs.
So what about you and I? Yes. Thank you. There's someone to help. Thank you.
So the machinery also constitutes the various local governments we have, then also the constitution and other political parties.
Okay. Any other definition again? Government. Yes, please.
From my perspective and what I learned in school, I realized that government can be defined in three ways. And that is government as an institution, like they did mention, and also government is an art and a process of governing or leading the community or society with rules being applied. And the last one is that government is a field of study, so we study government to be able to execute governance. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your explanation. So, according to Benjamin Ginsberg and others, they are saying that government is a term that is generally used to describe the formal institutions which a land and its people are ruled. And so it can simply be a tribal council. It can be the people who meet regularly with the chief. And it can also be as complex as a vast establishment with their forms, rules, bureaucracies, as found in the US. And so sometimes we can refer to government as a state. Okay, so the little thing that you even do in your room is part of governance. Taking decisions is part of governance. Talking about how people are ruled. And you are part of the people. Okay, so when we are talking about government, you are part of it. I am part of it. We are all part of it. It's not like something that is somewhere or an institution that is somewhere and is far from us. So we can look at it also as a body of officials and institution constituting the leadership authority of the state. So technically, yes, this is it. But we can bring it down to our level and our own experience. So you don't need to be a member of parliament before you see that you are part of government. Is that all right? Now let's look at governance. So this is a term that denotes the relationship existing between the body of government with its policy making and implementation activities and the general public. So the people who are the leaders, the people who are the officials, how do they relate to the general populace? So that's the political processes of governance cover different areas. So we are talking about political, administrative, the economic and cultural components of the state. And these are important for the preservation of the society, for the common good of everyone. So if people are not behaving well, or people who are in positions are not behaving well, they are not doing right things, then they are not ensuring the good of the society. Okay, so, and some of these things have their roots in our very lives. We were just at a table, we were just discussing how we eat communally. Do you have people here who have that experience? In your home, they cook the food and they put in a big bowl and you all sit around it and you eat. What happens? What happens? There's a lot of grabbing, right? Some people will take the meat and hide. Some people, maybe the food is very hot and they can manage hot food, they will take it, and those who can't manage hot food, they will go hungry. Some people who can eat fast will take all the food, and those who cannot eat fast will lose it. But so at the end of the day, does it serve the common good of everyone who sat around there? Because we have our different capabilities. We are different people sitting round the table and eating from the same bowl. What we are trying to say is that we should do it in such a way that the one who cannot manage the hot food, you see, when you are feeding a child and the food is hot and it's in a bowl, if it is banku, you take a portion and you put by the edge of the plate for it to get. So what is called, it helps everyone to come on board, to bring their efforts. It won't go like, oh, this thing, if I do it, it won't even show. If I don't also do it, it doesn't change anything. So it is Ghana we day. It good or good or we day inside. No. That is the attitude when there is not good governance. But when there is good governance, everybody wants to participate. We will sing that we are all involved. We are all involved. What is it that you two can do to ensure that there's development? What can you do? Let's take a few moments to see. You tell me what you think you can do, not what the government can do. Because we are talking about you contributing. Yes, what can you do? Let me start from here. Yes. What you can do? Yes, please. Abiding by the rules. Like, let's be very practical. Abiding by the rules like
the rules in the country that says do not do this, do not do what is going to affect.
Give me one. Give me
okay,
one of them.
Let's say don't steal.
Don't steal. So
yes.
He will not steal. Any other? What you can do? What can you do? You honor your. He will honor his tax obligation. How many of us? How many of us? You are engaged in all kinds of businesses, I know. But you want to cut costs. You want to find ways and means of evading tax. You go to some of the places, oh, let's do this small so that you won't pay the VAT, and you also agree. Then you share the difference. What can you do? So that is his. Yes. Punctuality at work. And if you want to have that, this is where you start it. Okay? You start it. How many of us were here before the facilitation began this morning? Please put up your hand well. Be bold. Let's clap for them. You see that they are less than half. Okay? They are less than half. It's an attitude that you have to harness right from here. Because you see, the world out there has more troubles than what you have here. Now you don't have trouble. Most of you, all you do is to make a call. I need this. You can even divide the geography into 3. And so you are making money and all of that. But when you leave, the day your parents will come for your graduation, do you know why they wear white? Their troubles are over. That weekly send me this, send me Momo is over. So now you will face your own life. So if you are not able to manage your time here now and be punctual and get certain values, when you go out there, it becomes more difficult. Okay, let me take the last one from here. Yes, my dear. Protecting government property. As we are here, how many of us have our fans on, our lights on in the room whilst we are here? Did it cross your mind to put off the lights, put off the fan before leaving? Are you sure? But for some people, since they entered the room, the first day they entered the room, and they put on the lights, and they put on the fan, especially the fan has been working. Fan abuse. So it also starts from here. Okay? It starts from here. As you are going by the road or something, you find you have to trash something, okay? And you see the bin. Instead of opening it and putting it inside, you also just leave it there. Somebody comes, put it on, and on, and on, and on. Now the bin is there, but garbage has covered it. Are you protecting? So these are the little things. Don't wait till government give you government bungalow or car. If you are not able to do these little things, you can't also manage those government properties. You can't manage the office that has been. Government property is not only the house and the car. So the office that has been given to you, how are you managing it? May God help us. Good governance is also important because it assures stakeholders that those who mismanage or abuse the trust that has been reposed in them shall be sanctioned in accordance with relevant laws, rules, and regulations. So when governments are able to punish people for the wrongs done, irrespective of where the political divide the person is, it brings more hope. I recently saw a video of Benin and how a president who came to become president has sanitized the whole system. And now the whole place has changed. Okay? So people are now going to live in those houses and they will not, and it was so beautiful. And he said that he sanctioned people, whether you are in his party or not, he sanctioned. But now let's go to KJTIA and say that we want to clear the road of the traders. I don't know how it is now because it's a long time I went to KJTIA. Okay, when I come to Kumasi, I just end up in KNUST or I go to some of those places. I don't get to go to KJTIA. But you realize that people are selling on the streets. They are still doing it, right? If the mayor says that he's going to clear them, what are the people going to say? Why do we have our markets burning here and there? Why? Every now and then we hear fire here, fire there. Why? Someone put on an electrical device, did not put it off. Illegal connection and all of that. And all those people go unpunished. Someone said that, I think this person, someone came from outside the country and was driving and mistakenly hit a traffic light. Okay, so went to the police station to say that I have hit the traffic light, the pole, and it is spot. What can I do? Because I want to sort of repair it. The police didn't even know what to tell the person. It's government property. Who cares? Who cares? Meanwhile, we have CCTV cameras all around those places. So even if you do it and you run away, you should be seen and you should be chased to put it correct. You see, so this is how we treat government properties, and everything just goes bad. You've heard every time we say, maintenance culture. We don't have that maintenance culture. Not only of our properties and things, even of the offices that are given us. We don't have that. But if we should have it, and people are made to account for the positions that they hold, so that if you cause financial loss to the country, you should be able to be punished. And when people know that if you are in an office and you don't, if you are supposed to do a report, or you are supposed to take some money, or you are supposed to use some money, and you don't do it, you'll be punished. People will sit upright and do the right things. Now let's look at public sector corporate governance framework. And so the public services provide us with different groups to make up the corporate governance. So we have the citizens, you and I, and they are regarded as the owners of the public service organization. And so it is for them that these public services are set up for our public good. Okay, so that is why I said from the beginning that we are actually part of the government, because you own it. So if somebody is there and is not doing right, you have the power to let the person go out, because it is for you. It's actually for you. That thing that you are saying, it is for government, it's public. You are the public. I am the public. So can you own these things? So the government are the people or the citizens, and they are elected, the citizens that are elected, okay, to hold offices. Are we getting it? So the thing is for all of us. But we elect certain people, okay, to take charge of it, to ensure that it is in good condition. Okay, so it is like we have all come together here and we have contributed money to buy a bus. And you ask me to be in charge of the bus. We will hire the bus and all of that. If I go there and I sit on it, chop all the money, what will you do? You will sack me, right? Because it is actually not for me. It is for us. But you have just asked me to be in charge. So being in charge doesn't mean that I am owning it. It belongs to me. No. And then we have our sector ministers. And they have strategic control consistent with their responsibility to Parliament and the public. And so they have oversight of the public sector organization. Okay, so it's kind of a breakdown of the government. Then we have the Parliament, the people who ensure and make policies. Then we have our boards and other management staffs. Now, who governs? Who governs? Is it by autocracy, that is governing, that is done by a single individual, or a dictator? So it is what I say. I am the decision. I make the decision. Whether it is right, it is wrong, I am making the decision. Autocracy. My word is final. Then we have oligarchy. And so here is just a small group of people who have power, who have control. So in some places, they are like the landowners. And so because they are the landowners, they kind of control the economy because everything is around them. Okay, so when they sort of say that, well, we are no more, this year, we are not cultivating, it will affect the whole community. So landowners, we have military officers, merchants, and all of that. Okay, so in Ghana, we know that these merchants control the dollar rate. And so at the end of the day, they influence the kind of decision that is taken. So they may not be in power as ministers and all of that, but they have a lot of control. So the leaders may not have a lot of power, but then these people will have the power because they are controlling with, especially with the economy. Then we have democracy, which we claim we practice in Ghana. So more people participate and have influence over decision making. Of course, we have seen it in some kind of ways, but not in every way. So how do they govern? Types of government. So we have the constitutional government, and so here the government are limited as to what they can do, because that one, it has to do with the constitution. So the constitution kind of directs what to do and what not to do. Then we have the authoritarian government. And with this, the law imposes few limits. So government is kept in check by other political and social institutions. We have the totalitarian government. Here, the governments are free of legal limits, and they seek to eliminate those organized social groups that might challenge them. Okay, there are some organizations that are totalitarian. If they don't allow workers to form, because when they form unions, they will work against them. So when they see that any group of people are trying to challenge them, they will try to collapse those groups. Then we have the republic government. So here, right to office is through election rather than inheritance. So republic governments are not monarchs, and Ghana is a republic, and we say the Republic of Ghana. Now let's look at some characteristics of good governance. Characteristics of good governance. Yes, so we see consensus, participatory, following rule of law, effective, accountability, transparency, responsiveness, and equitability and inclusiveness. We have the World Bank characteristic of good governance, and then we also have the principles of good governance by the public service. So what the World Bank, okay, I'm not sure it's working. Okay, so we see here rule of law, and these are the ones that are in the World Bank and also with the Ghana. It doesn't mean that the others are not good, but then there are things that we need to look at. So when we talk about this, we are looking at rule of law, conflict of interests. People will go to places and feel with their families and their friends. It's not supposed to. And it's important for integrity. Integrity is key. 2 days ago, my nephew came to my office. He's now in level 100. And a past student of mine was there and said that, oh, now that we're talking about accommodation when he gets to level 200. And the past student was like, oh, your mother is here, so she'll work accommodation out for you and you don't have a problem and all of that. And the boy said that, as for this, my auntie, if she is 7 and there is a queue and you pass here and you come, she will tell you that you go and join the queue. I just looked at him. I was really surprised at what he said because I don't know how much, but it tells me that I am kind of impacting him, okay? That level of integrity. So it's not you doing it before others, something that must be continuous, okay? It must be continuous. So how would people talk about it? There's a particular definition today you have even said it about already. Do things whether something or no, do the right thing. Integrity. There you can see efficiency. You believe in God, huh? In God, and you do everything. In that your small corner, know that God is watching. seeing you, but God is watching you. So learn to do the right things. The interaction and application, we are asking, in what areas of governance is your country, organization, or institution doing well? So let's just bring it down to KNUST. And even that, let's bring it down to our SRC. Which levels are you? 200. So at least you've been in the school for 1 year. What do you see? Tell me one good thing about the SRC. Yes, anything that you think they are doing very well. Hello. What do you think they are doing very well? Yes, please. Okay, extending the time for payment of fees. Okay. What other thing do you think that they should improve upon? Hey, that one everybody is talking. Hey! You want what? Data for. Half of it goes to videos. So also ask yourself, what is that one good thing that you are doing to contribute positively to good governance? And what do you think that you should do to help, or you should do better, or you should improve, or you should change, so that you would also be working well towards the good governance system of KNUST SRC? Let me hear that one thing that you think you can do. Any volunteer you think you can do, which you are not doing at this moment, to ensure that the SRC works well? Do you want to share? I can see you want to say something. You don't want to. Or of the data, any other. So I need that. You not realize. I pray that you realize it. Any other thing that you think you can do? We are talking about transformational change. You should be positively impacted coming here. As you are here, your friends are studying the academics. But when you learn these things, when you go, you become better than them. Because the principles that you are learning here it's like a springboard that will take you far. Anything that you want to do positively? Yes. No, don't look back. It's you. Mm-hmm.
To work, like perform their duties.
Okay, yes. So he's saying that he will update the SRC on things that are happening, because maybe the leaders are not being informed well. So he, from his own sector, would update the SRC. And as they get the information, it will help in improving it. Very well. Thank you. Now let's take some few minutes to look at human rights. We want to look at human rights and good governance. So when we talk about human rights, they are just rights that are inherent in all human beings, regardless of our race, sex, nationality, ethnicity, language, or any other status. The fact that you are a human being, you have rights. So it includes right to life, liberty, freedom from slavery and torture, freedom to express your opinion, freedom to work, freedom of education, and on and on and on. So everyone is entitled to these rights without any form of discrimination. Okay, so in other words, if you are engaged in good governance and you add human rights to it, you would ensure that everybody is having what is due them and not taking advantage of them. So the international human rights law lays down obligations for government to act in ways or to refrain from certain acts so that they can protect and promote human rights and fundamental freedom of individuals or groups. So we are all born free, and we have equal rights. We are endowed with reason and conscience so that we can act towards one another in that spirit of brotherhood. So you as a human being, you know that you need such rights. And so you see your fellow human being, you must have that responsibility towards that person. So the same way, when you have been put in a certain position, you don't think that you are a better human being than the other person. Sometimes when we are in some kind of political positions, we think that we are better placed than the other people. We see ourselves like as if we are in some kind of caste system, okay, where you are born a leader, you are born special, you are more intelligent than the other person, you are wiser than the other person, and so you treat them as though they were not human beings. But human rights is telling us that we must have that responsibility towards our neighbors, no matter what position you are holding. So you see that what you are having is because, yes, you're of your position. So the other person also needs same. So you don't sit on it. You don't enjoy it all alone to the detriment of the other people. So a small group of people will not sit on what belongs to the whole group. In most places, that's what we see. That small group of people who are living luxuriously and the others are suffering. So when we look at our systems of government, we have the direct, representative, parliamentary, and presidential. We have the systems of democracy. But in all of this, what we want to see is how do we ensure that we apply human rights in the different forms of governance so that everyone is satisfied, everyone feels part of the community, and no one is left out. Thank you very much. I'll give some 2-3 minutes for questions. Any question? Okay. So if there are no questions, then I would hand over to Mrs. Obepo. Let's clap for her as she comes.
Thank you very much. Shall we clap for her as well? Dr. Ernestina Novioto, she's a lecturer in Legon, the Department of Religions, and she's one of our seasoned facilitators. Shall we clap for her again? I'm surprised you don't have questions for her. Oh. Should she ask you questions? Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. We will be having a short break, 15 minutes break. So let's just stretch. Then we come back at 3:15, exactly 3:15 we'll start. Thank you. If you don't have anywhere to go, just get up and stretch, and also think about your notes, right? Don't go too far. Exactly 3:15, we will continue the presentation. I hope we are making some sense. Okay. Please don't go far. Don't go far.
Hello. Please, those sitting beside the AC, if you know that you are allergic to that, you move from there. Okay.
I believe we can start now. All right. I hope you had a good lunch. Oh, no, yes. Was it too small? It wasn't nice? Ah, some say it was nice, some say it wasn't nice.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Um, you are supposed to actually dress to suit the seminars you attend. Some of you, you have not dressed properly, and you are complaining that the place is cold. We have all glasses closed. We have all the doors closed. There's no ventilation coming in here. So if you force the AC to go off, you force others to have difficulty in breathing. Please, do not repeat this tomorrow. If you can put on your suit and come for the presentation. Please, what do you see us wear? Those facilitators, what do you see us wear? So why wouldn't you dress to suit the occasion? If you want to come and feel very comfortable, you dress as such. So we on the transformation of Singapore, the Singapore story, using the change leadership that has happened with the Singapore story. And for the presentation, we're going to look at the Singapore change model. How was it done? And the International Leadership Foundation has facilitators all over Ghana, Africa, Europe, Asia, and the America. Here in Ghana, we are blessed to have one of the finest facilitators who is a senior lecturer of the Central University. It's in the person of Dr. Kwesi Addo-Sampong. Let's give him a round of applause as he takes us through this session.
Thank you. I do believe that when you hear wonderful stories elsewhere, you want it to be in your own country. And I do believe if you have traveled outside Ghana to some places, you see the order, you see the cleanliness, you see the transportation system, you wish your country is like that. And we're going to look at the story of Singapore and see that within one, Singapore moved from a third world country to become the best of almost everything, the first world country, within one generation of just about 40 years, less than 40 years. And so it means that these ideals and these things that we are talking about, it is possible. If it has happened elsewhere, it can happen in Ghana. I believe we watched or we listened to the seminar on change leadership this morning. And we're going to see how Singapore used change leadership to change their environment. So that's what we're going to look at today. And I hope that the heavy lunch will not put you to sleep And when you feel like, this one, no be matter of aiming, Keke. When your eyeball is becoming small, you just get up, go to the back, walk to the back, walk back, you'll be fine. Right? So this is Singapore, the landmass. From the east to the west, only 43 kilometers. And from the north to the south, only 23 kilometers. So you have a land area of 710 kilometers square. Who knows the approximate landmass area of Ghana to compare? Who knows? Oh, if you know, talk to me. Anybody? We have a landmass of 239,567 kilometers square mile. And today, that is Singapore. And everybody is talking about them. The World Bank says that Singapore is a model of development pointing to sound policies in urbanization. So 1960 Singapore and 2020 Singapore. That was a miracle of transformation. What did they do? This is the conditions of Singapore in the 1960s. Socioeconomic conditions very bad because the Second World War, Japan had bombed Singapore, so everything was in tatters. There was extreme poverty, unemployment, because everything, infrastructure had broken down. Education was bad. Health system, bad. Housing, bad. Corruption, rampant. Political climate was, there's disturbance everywhere. There was no law and order. Everybody was doing what was right in their own eyes. Infrastructure was broken down. There was no foreign investment. As Dr. Novieto was saying, when the place is bad, who is bringing foreign investment? Because everybody wants to protect the investment. So if the condition is bad in your country, you cannot get foreign direct investment, right? You can't get that. Apart from that, because of their position, there was the external threat, China, Indonesia, USSR, because that was gateway to the world. Everybody wanted that place. And then they were part of Malaysia Federation, and Malaysia kicked them out. And so they were a small island, tiny island. They had no military, they had nothing. All right. So we will continue. And then the founding fathers of Singapore, well, Lee Kuan Yew was a lawyer, very young lawyer, about 30 years, and he formed the People's Action Party with his colleagues. And they started fighting for independence from the British. And when they gained independence, and immediately after they were kicked out of Malaysia and they found themselves alone in the world, they started to cast a vision of what they wanted their country to be, starting afresh with nothing, with no friend, with no military, and they decided to build a harmonious, peaceful, prosperous, multiracial, multi-religious, social democratic society based on justice, equality, integrity, and meritocracy. We are talking about 1965. They also decided to go from a third world nation to a first world nation within one generation. So from 65 to 2000, that is about 35 years, they are going to move from extreme poverty, from unemployment, from bad infrastructure, from all that we saw, and they're going to build a first world nation. And they said, for us, we will be a nation led by leaders of integrity with no corruption in our society. They said, we want to create people who are hardworking, highly educated, skilled, and productive. Bless you, bless you. And they said, we want to have a society where gratification is delayed. It means that we will insist that every member of our society, whether you like it or not, part of your salary, we will make sure it is saved for you. So, your gratification should be delayed for all of us, from top to bottom. They built their island in such a way that the island will be properly planned. And if you look at the legend, you see the, I don't know what the color is. What's the color, ladies? Ladies know color more. The top one, what do you call that? It's like gold color. That is where all those places will be residential, and then only small portion will be commercial. And then you have industrial areas spread like that, the red. Then you have open spaces. All the green areas are open spaces, nice parks, where people want to be, if you are government and you want your people to be fit, you should create spaces where people can go and jog, go and sit and relax. This day in our country, we are selling the land everywhere. So if you are not on campus, there is no green area for you to even go and exercise. Many, many years ago, I grew up in Kumasi, Prince of Wales Park, Kajetia top there. It was nice. I don't know if it is still like that. I haven't been there for a long time. The parks. Now, parks and garden has collapsed. All the green areas are for parks, open spaces for relaxation, also for vegetable agriculture. They planned the place. And they were still the blue, light blue or baby blue areas for reclaiming of the land. So they didn't have land. They have to make their own land. That is Singapore for you. How did they build capacity for the nation? Created industrialization and job creation by forming the Jurong Town Corporation, JTC. For foreign direct investment, they created the Economic Development Board. They created, for trade and export, the Trade Development Board. Planning, land usage, building, and control, they have Urban Development Authority. They have Savings and Social Security, Central Provident Fund. Affordable Housing, Housing Development Board. And they build this housing in such a way that when you are a young graduate in these big apartments, you have at least bed sitter. As you marry, you move into 2 bedrooms. As your children are growing, you're getting more children, you move into a bigger accommodation. Government-controlled, affordable. That is the way they did it. Quality education, Ministry of Education set up quality health care, Ministry of Health, Transshipment Port of Singapore Authority, PSA, Labor Productivity, National Productivity Board. They set up all this, the orderly wage increase. They had National Wage Council. So you will not hear of strike because they had a wage council that to make sure that the wages are reviewed, National Service for their security, and then they had CPIB, Corrupt Practices Investigation Bureau. And whether you are in government or not, a minister received a gift, and they felt the gift was too much, it will lead to corruption. They jailed the minister. That is Singapore. No nonsense city. And for world-class infrastructure and transport, they had all these. Then they did e-government, Infocom Development Authority, so that if you want a passport, if you need to pay your tax, you don't see any human being. Everything is online. So nobody is going to say, bring this or bring that. I think we are trying to do that now. They have job creation, wealth creation, human resource investments in quality education for everybody by way of subsidies, grants, and scholarships, healthy, clean, green, safe environment. Today, if you go to Singapore, you buy a gum and you throw it on the street, you will be arrested. Wow. Then they have generous development fund. And this skill development fund, what they did was that every organization, every corporation paid something which was deposited in a fund so that workers can get funds to go for training. Health subsidies. They have this MediSave, MediHealth, Medicare, different health insurance for all kinds of elements. And they were looking through the institutions for the next generation of leaders to mentor and to make sure that when they were away, these people would have been trained and gone through the rank to come and take over from them. Their social welfare department. And if they had a budget surplus, they shared the surplus into people's social security. So they created to share for everybody, not just a few people. Low corporate and personal income tax, making businesses flourish. Low inflation. They have something called no inheritance death tax, where property taxes were made in such a way that everybody, because as soon as you start, you enter into a building, an apartment, and you keep moving on, you are creating asset, wealth, so that, and all through these taxes, so that nobody will be left behind. Now, key indicators for Singapore in 2023. Everybody had employment, everybody had quality housing, quality education for all, quality health care for all, justice for all, quality infrastructure. The #1 port in the world became world's financial sector in 2023. The #1 airport in the world became World Education Center. #1 airline in the world, Singapore Airlines. World Communication Center. E-government, #1. World Medical Center. The most desired place in the world to live in 2022 or 2012 for multinationals. #1 passengers or visitors. They had 53 million visitors only in 2023. And daily, and all these people come with money. Daily, people who were visiting Singapore in 2013, 145,205 every day. Transformational leaders, leaders of integrity, leading societal change. We need 3 types of competency in leaders. We need servant leaders, or leaders with servant leaders' heart, leaders with shepherd leaders' heart, and a steward leader's heart. And Lee Kuan Yew and his people proved that they are these kinds of leaders. Visionary leaders who will design the future that they believe, the next generation, future that they will be proud of. Development leaders who were developers. I think getting to the end of Professor Ebok's lecture, he spoke about this. He didn't get time to develop them. When you go, take time and go through who is a visionary leader, who is a development leader, who is management leaders, who will manage. What any nation, any organization needs is commonality of vision and core values. If we don't have the same vision, we don't have the same value, we are not going to be able to do anything worthwhile as a nation. Are you with me? Ghana, what is our core value as a nation? As a nation, do we have a core value that we all agree? Boss? Huh?
Only corruption.
Only corruption.
I said bribery in part.
Bribery. And what?
Bribery. If you want a job,
You can't get a job in immigration, army, police, admissions to university. You have to bribe. Did you bribe before you came? And so when you hear that a nation was able to have a common vision and they decided to work towards it, and within less than 40 years they were able to work towards it, how do you feel about your own country? How many of you are Ghanaians here? A lot. How many of you are not Ghanaians? Where are you from? Zimbabwe. Where are you from? Cote d'Ivoire. Who else is where are you from? Luan. So I believe that all we are saying about Ghana is applicable to where you came from. And our desire is that our countries will come together and have a common vision, common core value, and work towards it so that whatever party is ruling, they will continue from where the other party ended. That should be our goal. Otherwise, one party comes, they start something, and then when another party comes, they ignore all that has been, and then they start again. So it's like there is no continuity. And sometimes money that has been used to start something, we leave those things in the bush and start all over again. And so we do not progress. We take 2 steps forward and 1 step backwards. And that is what is happening. It looks to me like when I was growing up, Ghana was way better than today. When you go to, say, Accra, and you see the good roads, the median, beautiful flowers and shrubs, and these days they are all gone. So are we progressing or are we going backwards? And all these things you are talking about, our hope is that you are going to be the future of the nation, and you are not going to repeat the same things so that your children will also gather here and be complaining like we are complaining. Hello? You travel to Singapore. But that will not solve the problem, because the whole country cannot go to Singapore. And if we don't even change and we go there, we are going to spoil there too. Yesterday at Accra Airport, we had checked in. We are on top waiting. And there were another group of people. A lot of flights, local flights, were delayed. And the Tamale flight had delayed so much that they brought them this small juice in this small box each, and some biscuits. And I was there. We were Kumasi people, we were not part. But I was there and I saw a very grown-up man eat the biscuit and put the wrapper on a chair and leave and go at the airport. A well-dressed gentleman, and I'm sure he is very educated. He was ideas have consequences. And if we were to come together as a nation, and if we were to stop this party politics, to continue, party politics will continue. But what disturbs me is that whoever whatever party is ruling doesn't really matter, because the Ghanaian must change so that whoever is leading will give direction that everybody buys into, and then we push the agenda forward. And the goal must be improving the living standard of people in the country. If we can transform any society, any organization that has been able to transform itself, it's about shared vision and shared leadership. Do you agree? I know you are discussing something. Tell us what you are discussing.
Okay, we're asking me that because I'm an international student, I'm from Rwanda. So he was comparing my president to the other presidents, and he was saying that my president have some enemies. He was asking me if my president have some enemies.
It's like he's saying that his country, the president there is doing very well. And when you're saying that you should come out with ideas so that a lot of people will buy into it. And I was asking him that, so in his country, I've been hearing that they are saying his president is doing good. But I know definitely there are some people there who doesn't like him and they want to remove him from there. So I was asking him, so what's going to happen? Or if you were in his shoes, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Rwanda is doing very well. Rwanda is now the hope for Africa. But definitely, I know that there are opposition. But Kagame is a very strong man, and he's not allowing. You see, sometimes we carry the democracy too far, and everybody does what he likes, and there is no consequences. When we live in a society where we have no consequences against anything we do, then it's like in the Bible. In those days, there was no king, and everybody did what was good in their own eyes. And when it happens like that, especially where the ruling party is not able to discipline his own people, then when there is everybody does what, because there's no consequences for anybody. So we need people who ensure that rules work. And all these are the books that you can look at. Lee Kuan Yew himself wrote From Third World to First. Then the other, Builder of Singapore. Then all these, when you get any of them, do a study to help you. How to inculcate values. Yes. Yeah. You think he hasn't read it? Do you think he hasn't read it? This book is very popular. I'm sure our president has read it. How to inculcate values and ethical culture of integrity. National leaders' commitment to national vision and core values. We need leaders to be committed to core vision or vision and core values. And we need this to be so rehearsed that every child knows what we want and where we are going. Then there will be societal change. And change leaders must be in all 7 domains of society. And when we're talking of domains of society, we are talking about government and military. We are talking about business and economic leaders. We are talking about educational leaders. We are talking about media leaders. We are talking about celebrities in sports, entertainment, performing arts. We are talking about religious leaders. We are talking about family, parents. These are the main pillars or domains of society. And it is when everybody agree that this is where we are going. And it starts with leadership. Leaders who have come down and preached the gospel of development to the extent that everybody knows where we are going. And so that was a very interesting question. Has our president read Lee Kuan Yew's book, From Third World to First? And then state corporations. We're talking about corruption. State corporations, that is where a lot of our problems lie. And most often it's because we don't get the right people to man these places. We give them to people who did not apply for, but who paid a lot of money for our campaign. And then we made them head of state corporations. This is Singapore. This is where the people live. And that is a mass transit. You don't see it well, but I'm sure you see this. Long tram that is carting people to and from work. Yesterday when we were late in the evening coming from the airport, saw a lot of workers scattered at TEK Junction looking for bus to go to. They finish working, spend about 2 hours, 3 hours standing there. By the time you go home, you are tired. The next morning you get up again to go to work. If you are not careful, you'll be late. And so lateness becomes a habit, and the amount of money that we lose because of lateness, because everything is haphazard, transportation is haphazard, a living condition haphazard, everything is haphazard. And so we spend, even if we have our own car, we're not standing there, we spend a lot of money burning fuel because we are in traffic. By the time you get home, you are tired. And then some people are living here. They have the tram, takes them to work, brings them home. That is Singapore. When did Ghana have its independence? When did we have our independence? 1957, 1965. Look at road. Home to 7,000 multinational corporations. Home to 125,000 small and medium enterprises. A great city to live, work, and play. From third world to first world in one generation of 35 years. 35 years. And it was achieved beyond success. What was the vision and values of the founding fathers, Lee Kuan Yew and his people? Build a harmonious, peaceful, prosperous, multi-racial, because Singapore was a poor city. Most of them migrated from China, a few from India, and a small percentage from other countries. And they decided to build their own country. A nation led by leaders of integrity, a corruption-free society, disciplined, hardworking, highly educated, skilled and productive labor, delayed gratification, a society that saves. I remember several years ago I had gone to study. I have spent about 9 years in the US. And then I came and I went to insure my car. And when I went to the insurance company, SIC, I said I wanted comprehensive insurance. And they mentioned the amount. And I said, why is it that in America, the premium for comprehensive, you will still pay monthly. But why is it that we here who do not have the money, you want me to pay all this amount at once? I want to talk to the manager. So they led me to the manager's office. And what he said was that, well, in America, banks, companies buy the insurance from the individual and pays to the insurance company. And then the deduction, the monthly ones you are paying, it goes to the bank and they add just a little bit to it, and that is where they get their profits. But the insurance companies still get the bulk money. But here in Ghana, because there is not much savings, no bank has the money, the power, to be able to buy the insurance from SIC. And so if you want comprehensive, maybe you value your car, and you say, my car is worth 200,000, 300,000. And it's okay, the comprehensive insurance will be 10,000. You have to bring 10,000 today. So if your monthly salary is 5,000, how can you pay 10,000 for your insurance? But it's because we do not have the capacity, because we don't save enough. So there is no credit, no amount there. That is why Singapore decided that if your salary is this, percentage of your salary is deducted as source and saved for you, so that they will create a culture of saving. National self-reliance, clean, green, safe society. These are the values that they decided when they were beginning afresh in 1965. Tripartism. Government, labor, and business work together to ensure a fair wage to the people, and there are no strikes in Singapore. Employment for all. Quality, affordable, sustainable housing. Quality education, healthcare, infrastructure, living standards for all. Justice for all. No impunity for offenders and criminals. You can, when you get it, underline this one, if only you read. There is no impunity for offenders and criminals. No impunity. A country where there is impunity, that means people do whatever they want, and because they belong to the ruling party, nothing happens to them. If a country is like that, it is impossible for progress to take place. Any country where there is impunity, people don't receive punishment because they are from here, they are from there, they belong to this society, will never go forward. So what leadership principles do you think the leaders of Singapore applied to move the country from third world to first world? What kind of leadership principles? Can somebody help us? What leadership principles did Singapore apply?
I think generosity. Generosity.
Who will help us? What do you think is the leadership principle that Singapore applied to move them from third world to first world in one generation?
I would say it's foresight.
She said foresight. We'll take it like that. I was, who also help us?
Okay, sir. I think they are focused and determined on becoming the best.
They were focused and determined. Okay? Who would say something? What leadership principle? Yes. Monsieur Alaba. They had vision, visionary leadership. Okay? What else? Integrity. Leaders of integrity. Yes. creativity and innovation. Yes, there are plenty. Huh? They were resilient. Okay. Yes. This place, somebody must tell me something. This place. They were designers. Yes. Huh? Transparency. They were disciplined. So, what leadership principles have you decided to use in order to increase your leadership effectiveness? Sister in red. Read the down one for me.
What leadership principles have you decided to use in order to increase your leadership effectiveness? Punctuality.
Punctuality. Did you come early? So, I'm sure we have heard about sustainable development goals, right? That is why United Nations have worked out, and sustainable development goals are things that all nations are trying to achieve. And let's look at that before United Nations even began speaking about sustainable development goals. If you look at it, you will see that these are what Singapore was talking about as way back as 1965. Let's read together. Go 1, no poverty. Go 2, zero hunger and good health and well-being and quality education and gender equality and clean water and sanitation. Goal 7, affordable clean energy. Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. Goal 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. Goal 10, reduce inequality. Goal 11, sustainable cities and community. Goal 12, responsible consumption and production. Goal 13, climate action. 14, life low water. 15, life and land. 16, peace and justice, strong institution. Goal 17. So, these are sustainable development goals for 2015 to 2030. These are very important goals. And I'm going to ask you about Ghana, but wherever you come from, use this to see how far your country has achieved these 17 sustainable development goals. Is Ghana or Nigeria or Rwanda making steady progress towards the sustainable development goals listed above? Who said yes? Who said yes? Oh. What do you say, yes or no? No. Huh? Why?
Because Ghana is not determined, and the leaders too are good in corruption. So I don't think.
So what would you do about it? Cannot fight against. Yeah. But if you have been coming to this for a while, you know that if we all say that we won't try, he is saying that as for corruption, there's nothing we can do about it. It's too widespread. And I'm saying that the main purpose of transforming leadership seminars is to build a community of people who think differently, who think it can be done. It is a slow work. But if we build that community, in the next few, maybe 10 to 15 years, we would have got so many people who will not do the corruption. But if we say it cannot be done, then we must as well stop what we are doing. We must still have hope that if Singapore was able to do it, but we need to create a mass of people who have the same thinking, that no matter how bad it is, we can still make a difference. And if you become a transformed leader, and you also you try to recruit people to be transformed leaders, it is not a revolution. There are two, Prof. Abok said there are two ways to bring change. One is what? One is revolution, a sharp change, and the other is what? Evolution. Evolution is a gradual change. It means that if we throw our hands in the air and say there's nothing we can do about corruption, then there is nothing we can do. And we'll go from bad to worse. But if we say that, like, who was it? Joshua in the Bible said, as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. And so you have to increase your house, not by marrying plenty, but by recruiting people and mentoring people to help so that they also transform. It is transformed leaders who can transform society. Hello? Are you all with me? Are you with me? It is transformed leaders who can transform society. But we ourselves must first be transformed before we can recruit others and with our life help them to be transformed so that together we can make a difference in our world. So that by the time we leave our society will be better than we came to find it. Is that not it? Or you just say yes, yes, kwa? Now, is there any question? We don't have any question. Hello. Let's stretch. Actually, if you look at the timetable, we are supposed to finish by 4:30. No, 4:30. Let's stretch. Let's stand and stretch ourselves a little bit. We've sat for a while now. Okay, let's sit. The Mastercard people will be here to give us a few announcements, but before they come, as we wait for them, you don't have any question. I have question for you. Since you understand everything and you don't have any question, when I ask you a question, when you see me coming, don't be looking somewhere like, look at me. So what have you learned today? What have you learned?
Years to transform their country.
Says Singapore used only 35 years to transform their country. So it's Singapore. What does it have to do with us? What do we learn from that?
Well, looking at the situation in Ghana and then looking at what happened, I've heard of Singapore, but I didn't know how we began in the present state. But looking at it today and where they've gotten to, it means that with Ghana, anything is possible if only we stand up and then we do away with the bad attitudes. Yeah. We could really do even more better than Singapore has done. I believe that if only we'll do away with and stand up for ourselves. And the corruption, for instance, because it's a leading factor that is kind of drawing us backward. And then with the governance, let's say if this government comes in, he's making progress. When the next government comes, he doesn't continue. He also starts his own. But if we should continuously build on what others had started, I think we'll go far.
That's a good answer. So, what happens in Rwanda with corruption?
Okay. In my country, due to that, the president of our country is a visionary that saw there is no corruption. When somebody tries to do corruptions, they arrest him or her. So I think the corruption is at low level, there's no corruption.
So he's saying that Rwanda is trying to build a corruption-free society. And when somebody tries it, he's arrested and is punished, even if he's in government, if he's caught. You see, one of the things that Singapore did was what Ghana is trying to do now, e-government. In Singapore, if you want to pay your tax, if you want to get driver's license, if you want to get a passport, you don't see the official. You do everything online, and then they bring it. You pay online, and then they bring your passport to you by post. So you don't deal with government officials. If it is tax, whatever it is, you don't deal with government officials. So one of the ways to be able to stop corruption is e-government. But once you go to people, then they will tell you your file is missing because you didn't put weight on the file. The file was too light. So the wind blew it away. And so one of the ways to stop corruption is to make sure that everything is digitalized. Then you don't see people. So if it is passport, now in Ghana, passport is applied online, but you still have to go and do your biometrics. And so the problem is, after you have applied online, to get a date to go and do your biometrics, you do the date to online, but like today is January. If you go to the portal, we are in February now, just started 3rd. You go to the portal, it's somewhere in August or September. And if you want your passport early, then you have to still know somebody who knows somebody. And it's no, finding somebody who knows somebody is what brings the corruption. It is hoped that if we continue the digitalization, time will come that all this will be no more. But really, it's the attitude of the people. So when you said attitude, and this is what we have to drum it in our ears until we change our attitude, it is almost impossible. But all you've heard, don't let us just hear it, talk about it, and forget it. When we do that, then we are not leaders, we are not change agents. We have to do something about it. We have to determine that if everybody will do it, me, I won't do it. But as we learned, change leaders go through suffering. And we must be willing to suffer. Somebody willingly endured prison for 27 years to get liberation for his country, Nelson Mandela. Today we are mentioning his name. All the great, great leaders, they had to go through pain and suffering. And unless we are prepared to do that, we will be what they call armchair philosophers. We're just talking, but no action. When we do that, then we are part of the problem. We are not part of the solution. So, if you got a chance, some way, somehow, you became the president of Ghana, what would you do to change Ghana from all you've heard? What would you do?
Okay, so my suggestion is this leadership training is like only the scholars, Mastercard scholars are benefiting, and we are doing this to help the country. So to me, I think the program to extend to the various institutions so that they can help others. Even the government companies, if possible, you can do that so that everybody will benefit, so that we can change the country.
Actually, this It is not only here that we do this. We've done this to politicians. We've done this with so many different people in the country. We've even done this leadership program in AU in Addis Ababa. We've done it in Kenya. We do it all over Africa. It's not only here. We've done it with business leaders, with professionals. So it is an ongoing thing, and it's not only here. We've done it in so many universities. We have even SHS institutions that we do these things for them. We've done it with GES. So it's an ongoing thing. So we are doing it with everybody. We've been trying to do it with the police. So it's not only for students, but normally we have more hope with younger people, because it is people from the universities that grow up to become politicians and all the other people. Hello? Tomorrow we'll meet at what time? 1 o'clock. Make sure you are seated by 1 o'clock. Show us that you are really transformational leaders, and you will be in time. Thank you for your patience, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.